It's 6:01 and we are going to put this meeting to order.
Good evening, Board, Madam President. I come to you tonight with some really great news to be a part of implementation. I am presenting today our first rating, and that is the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas. Has everything to do with our finances, our audit, and everything in between. So some good control. Maybe I can't control.
Can you do the screen?
Yeah, here we go. Okay, so all of the numbers that you will hear today are from 1920 based on fiscal year 1819 data that we submit. So every school district in Texas is searching for that A or superior rating, which means you scored between 90 and 100 points. A passing score is between 50 and 100 points. And thankfully, Hutto ISD scored a perfect score again for the second year in a row. And that's the third time that we have done that in the past 5 years. So, yes.
Yay.
This is a huge kudos for our team, for our leadership, such as y'all in the room. Glenn and I say this all the time, but we really do have the best team in Texas when it comes to a lot of areas, and you'll see why here in a second. So there's 15 indicators. There's really only 14 because one of them doesn't get rated anymore, but they kept it on there. So indicator 1 was, did you submit your data for your AFR before the deadline? And we did, January 9th. Did you receive a clean audit, an unmodified opinion? Yes, we did. So we passed that. Were there any weak internal controls reported by your auditor? There were not. And so again, we get our 10 points there. Did the district have any default disclosures? We did not. So again, we passed there. Was the district able to make timely government payments? So this is like a TRS, TWC, IRS. Yes, we made all of our payments on time, so we passed. Indicator 5 is not being scored anymore. Indicator 6, it's looking at cash on hand. So we have 138.6062 days on hand. So basically what they're looking at is if we stop receiving all revenue all at once, how many days could we be solvent? Still make payroll, still make payments to vendors, so on and so forth. So as long as you have over 90 days, then you pass with us 10 points, and we had 138. Okay. Indicator 7, you're looking at short-term debt. Are we able to continue to pay short-term debt? And as long as your ratio is over 3, then you're able to do that, and we're close to 6. So almost double what the minimum is to get 10 points. Okay, indicator 8 is looking at our long-term debt. Now, technically, we are not meeting this rule. However, the state of Texas says that they look favorably upon fast growth districts. And so because we had a change of student enrollment during this time period of 7%, we still pass this indicator. Indicator 9 is looking at, did we receive more revenue than we did expenditures? We did. So as long as you're greater than 0, even if this was not greater than 0, we actually still would have passed this because our cash on hand is greater than the 60 days. So either way, if this would have been flopped, we still would have passed this indicator. Debt service. So there's a big long formula I'll put on there if you want to geek out on it. But basically, are we able to meet our debt service ratio? And yes, we're almost 2, so we can almost meet this twice. So as long as we can meet more than 120% of our debt payments, then we pass this, and we did with 10 points. Indicator 11 looks at our administrative costs. So how many students do you have? Or how much are we spending per the whole budget on administrative costs? And so for ISDs that are between 5,000 and 10,000, as long as it's 0.1 or less, and we're below that. Indicator 12 is enrollment growth. So basically what they're looking at is, if you declined, did you also adjust, if you declined, did you also adjust how much you're paying your staff? Did you adjust staff wise? And we didn't decline. Okay, so indicator 13, this is looking at if we submitted data through PEAMS, how much of that matched? And so we were $74 difference in what we submitted through PEAMS for to submit through here. So we meet this, as long as you're less than 3% difference, you meet that, we're well below. Okay, indicator 14 it's asking if is there any non-compliance for grants, contracts, or laws? And we had no non-compliance. And last indicator is, did we have to receive an adjusted repayment schedule for TRS? And we did not, because we make all of our payments. And so we got our 10 points there again. So again, those 15 indicators, we scored exactly what the state of Texas is saying we should for a financial department. And we received our 100. We also have to do disclosures. And so we have to post Dr. Estrada Thomas's contract on the website, and it is posted on the website underneath School First. We also have to report how much reimbursements that or any kind of money that was spent through our financial system. So that's credit cards, anything like that that has a board member's name attached or Dr. Estrada's name attached. That's posted there. Was there any outside compensation or fees received by the superintendent for outside work during this time period? The answer is no, so that stays 0. Were there any gifts received by executive officers that we had to report on our website during that year? And we did not. Was there any business transactions that we did with a school board member that we had to post on our website during this time period? We did not. And then was there any information that the Board of Trustees School District determines to be useful for the state of Texas to know based off of our financials? This is typically reserved if we did fail an area, and we can disclose that to the district. But since we received 100, we typically do not provide any extra justification. So we keep that a blank when we turn that in as well. So therefore, received an A, 100 out of 100. Any questions?
Good job.
Awesome.
Thank you, thank you.
Job.
That is all.
Thank you, Caleb. Great job.
Okay, well, that concludes our special called meeting. So if you are online, we're going to adjourn into closed session. You are welcome to stay online. We'll be pausing the video, or you can come back at 7 o'clock when we adjourn. And motion passes. All right. Now, if you will stand up with me and do the pledges. And we have one additional thing that we're doing after the moment of silence. We will read our mission and vision statements because we talked about this before. So after we do the moment of silence, stay standing and we'll read that. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I
pledge allegiance to
thee,
Texas,
one state, under God, one and indivisible.
So if you feel led, stay standing for a moment of silence. Thank you. Okay, so you can see right at the top, if you need to read it, we'll just say this together. So the vision statement for Hutto ISD aspires to be
premier
choice in education through innovation,
leadership,
and diversity. Mission statement, Hippo Nation inspires excellence in academics, character,
And community.
We are going to know that without reading it before we're finished here. Connie, you can practice it at home with us.
I know it.
Okay, thank you. And so first up, we are, speaking of Connie, we are going to honor her as this is her last meeting tonight, and we'll be swearing in our new board members. So
Ms. Gooding, Dr. Thomas, will you please come up?
put your mask on and come up here.
I'd like to acknowledge her sassy orange shoes.
I know, so virtual land folks, you can't see Ms. Gooding's lovely orange shoes, but they're.
Moccasins.
Kick a little higher.
So we have two special gifts for Ms. Gooding today. One, of course, is a lovely plaque in recognition and appreciation for 9 years of unselfish and devoted service as a dedicated board member, 2011 to 2020, Ms. Gooding. And on behalf of Hippo Nation and all of the staff and the students, you know so many of them. You're one of the most beloved board members I've ever had the opportunity to work with. Keep it up. But let's talk about why Ms. Gooding is so beloved by so many people. There hasn't been an instance, any type of celebration that you've not been there alongside us. Arm in arm, shoulder to shoulder, when we could get that close. You've been a part of all of the wonderful things here in Hutto ISD, especially since I've been here. And for me, as a first-year superintendent, I've said this to my colleagues, any chance I get to speak, and we talk about that first-year experience. You were a critical force in that. Your guidance and your grace and your compassion has just been incredible. For me personally, in my career, you're always going to be one of those first mentors for me as a superintendent. And then for this district, there isn't a person here who does not know Ms. Gooding. And I would tell our new employees when we had the new employee orientation, I would have that picture up of all of the board members at graduation. I said, you see the smallest little lady here? You're going to see her everywhere. And she may not know everybody's name, but I guarantee you, she's going to look at you and she's going to say, are you new to Hutto ISD? Because that's just the type of person she is. And she'll extend her hand and she will get to know you. And that's what made you who you are. You love this school district. You love our people. You love who we are. And that's what made you so special and so effective as a school board member. We're not going to say goodbye because we know we're going to see you. And I know you're going to call me every now and then if I ever mess up. So. See, I did it without crying. I was practicing. So.
Speech.
Yeah, good.
And you need to open that one.
Marcus, my seat. Think I know what this is.
Oh, that is
She has
great.
her very own gavel, but she could bring the troops to order at home. Can I call you?
Yes, ma'am. All of you, not just every one of you. Yes.
also have a special video that we want to play. So all of Hippo Nation, everybody who's logged on can see it. And then when you get home, there's something special coming through on your email. I promise we won't deactivate
They
it.
already deactivated it. I want you to know, I had to call and say, I've got one more week.
And I have to tell you that in the 3 years that we worked together, I never lied to you except once. And that was about the deactivation. But I had to tell a little fib so that we could get a Hutto board out to the entire school district. Hutto board, it's a digital Hutto board, and it's loaded. And so when you get home, hopefully Linda and I will figure out how to send it to you because we try to keep it from you. Now we got to figure out how to get it to you. Okay, so with that,
Can you start it back over, Robert?
So cool. How they film me without me knowing.
I like that the suspense is building.
There you go.
And you know how hard it is to keep a secret from you when we talk every single day? And you're like, I gotta go. I have to send Todd a video. I mean, no, I'm.
This is that one. I think it's that one. Is that one? Nope. Doesn't seem like it's seeing it.
Oh, he had it up.
There it is.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not sharing.
Oh,
Doesn't seem like it wants to share that.
doesn't want to share the video?
Is it because that's a pinned thing?
Files, maybe.
I don't think so.
Oh, sorry.
There you go.
Yay.
You got it now.
Yes. Oh.
Come on.
But press pause and make sure the volume is up.
It's not sharing still.
Not sharing.
But did
You can share your screen instead of the file.
That's what I was looking for. You know how to do that?
Yes, sir. If you go to stop your share.
Top.
And then share again. Share screen. And then you were going to click on Movies TV. Look, there it is.
It's back up there on the left.
Hey, now we got it.
There you go. Yeah.
After all time.
I turn the volume up.
Volume.
It's a checkbox.
Putting you on my.
They won't be able to hear it unless you check that box as you share it.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, do that again, Dr. Sormani. What was that, Shara? If you
Yeah.
stop share one more time.
If you want them to hear the audio, you have to go back and go to share screen. See at the bottom where it says
Oh, yeah, sure.
share computer sound, you have to check that.
Now share it one more time.
Click on movies, TV,
The one, but
and then share.
We hear the volume.
Go to your volume. Your volume's low. It looks like it's.
Just for very long.
The volume's done.
Negate like the feelings of working with a group. It was intended to end 6 months. You can't negate like the feelings of working with a group.
Okay.
You can't negate like the feelings of working with a group. It was intended to end 6 months ago. I thought I was ready for it then, and I'm happy I had the extra 6 months. Don't tell anybody, that's our secret. But that extra 6 months, just really to have extra time to spend with people I care about and I respect. And
Oh, Connie. So I was asked to say something ingratiating about you for 15 seconds, and let's be honest, there's no way I can capture how tremendous you are in a mere 15 seconds. So I love you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your friendship. And I look forward to coffee dates and lunches. Make sure you leave room for me on your dance card.
Connie, my dear friend, we've been through a lot together over the last 9 years. We've seen campuses open, we've made hard decisions, we've traveled a lot of miles to go to conferences. And the good news to me is while I'm going to miss serving with you on the school board, it's not the end of our service together. I'm looking forward to what God has planned for you, the next chapter in your life, and I look forward to being part of that chapter. So it's been such an honor to serve alongside you. Good luck with your future.
This is a funny story. We were at my son and daughter-in-law's baby shower, and Billy was one of the hostess, and I said to her, I've been thinking about doing the school board. I'm very interested in continuing in education, and like, what would my commitment be? Because I was still employed then. And she said, well, one meeting a month, and really any other time you want to put in. Billy didn't tell the truth. She didn't tell me the truth about that. I knew that there would be a lot in terms of looking at policies and just sort of governance, but it turned into more of an advocacy for me. Like, I really wanted to advocate more for the students and the staff, and just like see my role in that part and become more aware of and more informed on everything that goes on behind the scenes. So I went from thinking, okay, I'll attend a meeting, sit in on a committee or two, spend 5 or 6 hours a month, to that not being the case. But Billy and I laugh about that when she told me that. She reeled me in for sure.
Hey Connie, Edgar here. I wanted to take a few seconds to just thank you and congratulate you for your time serving Hutto ISD. What a blessing it's been for all of us to serve with you and for this community to have you advocating for us, especially our kids. I want to thank you for your grace and your patience and your love, and tell you that we've all learned so much from you, and we're going to miss you, Connie. Good luck and take care. Bye-bye.
I would say that I think that term advocacy is so important, because you advocate not for example, I'm a retired social studies teacher. I can't just advocate for that. I have to advocate for everything. Pre-K, post-graduation, you've got to look at the whole picture. And I think that takes a lot of expansion. Like, people really need to get in that mindset, because I think you come in thinking, okay, well, I'm gonna really take care of counseling services. It's not just counseling services, it's the whole student, every student. I think that it starts right here. We present a united front. If I disagreed with you about something, I could still come out and support you and be in favor of what's in the best interest of all. So I think it's taught me patience. It's taught me to be more reflective, and it's created some amazing friendships.
So the first time I really got to know Connie is when she actually beat me in the election the first time I ran. And Connie won by 1 vote, and my wife and myself voted for her. So if we wouldn't have voted for her, I would have been on the school board too. But the blessing and all that.
I tell you, I voted for him.
She's like a second mom to me. She knows I love her. She knows she's someone that I can go to for anything. And so, Miss Connie Gooding, even though you're leaving the school board,
hello.
I know I can call you every morning like I normally do. We can have our talks. And thank you for your service to the school board and especially to this community. Love you, darling.
Seeing the opening of Howard Norman and Doc Curley was just phenomenal. And the community, again, like showing so much pride in what was happening there. And ironically, I just had a man reach out to me, like within the last week, saying he had some memorabilia from having to do with Mr. Norman and wanted to know what he could do with it. And I was like, oh yeah, I remember when we were collecting that, and I forwarded him on to the appropriate person. But it's just like having that connection. It's kind of a special connection with those two schools because of that, and with the 9th grade center. And I probably will make Dr. Whitfield crazy by going out and like saying, is there anything you need? Can I mentor? Can I do, what can I do here? So those are they're great moments of pride for all of us.
Hey, Connie. Nah, I don't want to make this video. Don't want you to leave. Just gonna miss you. Miss your wit. I'm gonna miss you cutting your eyes at me every time I say something wrong. Just gonna miss your wisdom. And I always know you had a heart for kids, and I'm gonna miss that being on the board. Good luck. See ya.
This is kind of a cool story. And Halloween night, I set a little table up out front so that I didn't have, there was no interaction between me and whoever came. I went to the door, I heard somebody out there, so I went out, and it was the young lady that I had mentored for 3 years. And what she said to me is, I've changed so much since the 5th grade. And I was like, oh my gosh, you know what, we all change. And it was just, I was like, ooh, you need to do that some more. So I've already talked to Dr. Whitfield and Mr. McConaughey, and I have every intention of mentoring again.
Hi, Miss Connie. Just want to say thank you for all that you've done for Hutto ISD, for the students, staff, the community, and personally for myself and my family. Thank you for all of the times that you checked in on me, calls, text messages, kind words, notes, little gifts, all of the thoughtful things that you've done to just show your kindness towards me. And I just want to say thank you so much. I will definitely miss you on Thursday nights, but I know that I'll see you around just because I know your love and your passion and your commitment to changing the lives of students. So again, thank you for everything that you've done for me and for my family, for the love that you've shown. And so from my heart to yours, thank you for everything that you've done.
I'm very, very involved in Hutto Resource Center, and one of the things that I'm very proud of that we were able to do this year is I really kind of helped forge a partnership between the school district and the Resource Center, and we kept that in mind in writing some of our grants and trying to just be better community partners. I plan to still be a very active part of Hutto Resource Center, but also we started this back pre-pandemic, setting up a victims assistance committee, if you will, victims assistance plan here for Hutto, and just bringing together people from the community to help those people in our community who are suffering.
Just want to tell you how much we appreciate you, how much we appreciate all that you have done in your years of service, not only to Hutto ISD and in your role as a Board of Trustee member and also President of our board, but also as a veteran teacher. I can't thank you enough for how blessed it has been for me to have gotten to move to Hutto, take part of this great Hippo Nation that we are all given the opportunity to serve in one form or fashion. But on a personal note, I do want to thank you for the way you welcomed me into Hippo Nation and the support you have given us and me personally through the past 3 years that I've had a chance to work in and serve in this community. Most importantly, I also want to commend you for your Christian service, the heart that you bring to not only serve our community, our town, our students and our staff, but most importantly, the work of the kingdom. God bless you. We're around. I know you're going to be around, so if you need anything, you know how to get a hold of me. Take care of yourself. Bye-bye.
I want to have something that I can still contribute to education and to Hutto, especially. This is my home. This is my home district.
Hey, Connie, I can't even begin to thank you for the years of service that you've given to Hippo Nation. But more importantly, I can't begin to thank you for your friendship. And the good thing is that's not ending. Your service, at least this chapter of your service for Hippo Nation, is ending. Your friendship is not. Our friendship is not. I appreciate you for all that you've done. I appreciate you for the impact that you've made in so many lives. You truly are a blessing to this community. You will continue to be a blessing to this community, and I look forward to all the other ways that you're going to serve Hippo Nation, that you're going to serve the community of Hutto. And I thank you for the legacy that you're leaving behind. It is one that will last forever, and the impact that you're making and you've made in the lives, not only in Hippo Nation, but the lives of young people throughout your years in education is one that certainly has impacted the world. So thank you, and I look forward to many more years of Connie Gooding doing impactful things in Hutto.
I feel like because we had the influx of so many kids and so many families, like we opened doors to different groups of people. We opened our doors to different means of educating, going to project-based, going to, the hands-on, the collaboration, the career and technology, things that we didn't have when we started here. We had fundamentals. And I would say fundamentally, you can say, well, we did have an ag program, but not to the degree we have today. And we did have like an automotive program, but not to the degree we have today. So we took those increasing numbers and that increasing need and built on that and are trying to provide like the best quality education we can, just trying to forge ahead and meet the needs of these kiddos when they leave us and the needs of our community. So I think that the growth led us to be more forward thinking. I think it led us to presenting to the community, here's what our needs are and here's what we need from you, and they opened their arms open and embraced it, and so hopefully that'll continue.
Ms. Connie Gooding, I just want to thank you for all the kind words and support you had for me since I came to Hippo Nation. You were definitely one of the people that made this place special when I came here. So thank you and good luck in the future.
Really what we do, we sort of circle the wagons and we just cheer people on, and I think that's what makes Hippo Nation so special.
Hello, Ms. Connie. Just wanted to thank you for all your support you've given me in this department since the time I've been here. Your leadership has been invaluable and you will be dearly missed. Please don't be a stranger. Please come see us anytime you can. It would be a pleasure. Thanks again and good luck.
I'm going to be watching. How about that? I'm going to be watching you. But just, just keep it up. Like, keep fighting that fight. And the lives that they touch, that'll go on forever. So just keep it up.
Miss Connie, where and how do we begin to thank you for the tireless years, the unselfish years that you have given Hutto ISD? On a personal note, I hope you know how eternally grateful I am to you for the leadership and the guidance that you provided to me as a first-year superintendent. You trusted in me and you trusted in my abilities, and for that I shall forever be grateful to you. This entire Hippo Nation community is going to miss you immensely. Even though we know that you live around the corner and we can go knock on your door at any time, it won't be the same without you. Thank you for your love, for your kindness, for all the personal touches that you have given to the Hutto ISD students and staff. I know there are hundreds of people and children whose lives you have touched in the short time that you've been here with us. And I hope you know that the impact that you've had on all of those lives will continue for years well beyond all of us. So on behalf of the entire Hippo Nation staff and community, we send our love and we send our sincere thanks for your service to our school district. God bless you. Please don't be a stranger. Stay close to us. I hope you know how much this entire Hippo Nation community loves you.
Hey, I'm ready.
running again in May. That was it. That was my speech. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
All right. We are to now.
Where are these people in?
They're in our new members, Mr. Felix Chavez and Miss Shara Turner. So we're excited to have them join our team. And Linda, are you?
Yes, ma'am. Give her a moment.
I didn't see you over there. And then, do you guys have your families out here? Is your family out here?
Yeah, hopefully. My father-in-law's out there.
Connie, if you want to get.
Need me to move?
Families.
Yes, you probably, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want me to like close everything down so there's room?
Where you want me to go?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you.
Maybe you want to.
Just out of the way is what I was.
No, I don't.
Stand right here.
I'm at.
That one screen back a little bit so we can.
Hang on just one second. Let me get my food out of here. I got you.
I think this is pants. I don't know.
Hey, how are you? I'm good. You too. I think you guys are up.
You're good to do about the tree.
Thanks.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
Good.
How are you?
Thank you for sharing Shara with us.
You don't get to have it for long.
Move it, Todd.
Let me know when we're ready.
Yeah, I think so.
You want somebody to hold the Bible for you and you put your.
Give me a hold for you. Is this TV still blocking? No, I think.
And when you're ready, can see them. You might want to, because it's handed right here. So, yeah. Are we ready, Todd?
Yes.
I'll stand with you if you want. I state your name.
I, Shara Turner,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties
that I will faithfully execute the duties
of the office of trustee of Hutto ISD
of the office of trustee of Hutto ISD
of the state of Texas
of the state of Texas
and will to the best of my ability
and will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United States
of the United States
and of this state,
and of this state,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations.
You want us to take a picture?
Congratulations, Shara.
I'll go look.
I'll take a picture.
Yeah, well,
You want me? Oh, there. Henry can do better than I can.
Put in front of the tree, Cheryl. Do it in front of the tree or just? Yeah.
Is he out there, huh?
Yeah, he doesn't make it. And hold that.
oh, wow.
All right. Need some pretty smiles. One more.
Thank you.
Carol, let me get one from, please.
Yeah.
Oh. I just can't get behind the table.
Thank you. Y'all.
Good job, Carol. Good job.
I'm gonna grab a hippo
Good job, y'all.
Oh, okay.
and punch. You guys grab a hippo cookie and punch before you head out if you want. Celebrate your mom.
Yeah.
You can hold it, or do you have somebody here with you?
Yeah.
Okay, well, he can hold it for you. stand up here. You can stand next to him and just hold the Bible. And just repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Felix Chavez,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
of the trustee of Hutto ISD
of the trustee of Hutto ISD
of the state of Texas,
of the state of Texas,
and will to the best of my ability
and will to the best of my ability
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws
the Constitution and laws
of the United
of
States
the United States
and of this state.
and of the state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. I'll put it over there.
Go take a picture.
Let's get it.
Chavez, you want a picture?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, yes. Where?
Hopefully they were amazing. But not even done.
They don't even have it.
Oh,
Where's your, oh, wait a minute, let him.
this is little, wait.
Gonna hold that?
Okay.
Just a little bit.
His wife went to Lubbock to pick Dania up. Your dad.
We are going to go through the district recognitions, and then at the end of those, we'll have a break to celebrate with cookies and punch and that kind of thing. So Connie's going to stick around through that, and then we'll make the transition for you guys to stick around.
Okay, bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Want me to go get the birthday present?
I mean, the mic is on.
Oh, it's her birthday cake. It's just her birthday. Okay, so Madam President, members of the board, tonight I'm excited to bring our Hippos of the Month back in action. We've been missing recognizing our kiddos. And so we're going to start off to all the parents who are online. Congratulations to you as well on this honor for your Hippos of the Month. As we stated earlier, our mission here in Hutto ISD is to inspire excellence in academics, character, and community. So all of your children will be recognized today for one of those characteristics, sometimes a combination of all three. So to start us off, we're going to go down the roll call with our elementary schools, and then we're going to end with our one high school. So do we have Mrs. Pachicano online to start off our recognitions with Shepherd Farley?
I am here. Welcome, welcome, newest school board members, Mr. Felix Chavez and Ms. Shara Turner. On behalf of the legendary Cottonwood Creek Elementary, we want to welcome you. And Ms. Connie Gooding, we know you're taking a little piece of our heart here at Cottonwood Creek Elementary. So just to get everything started, we are excited to honor our Hippo of the Month for Cottonwood Creek Elementary. We have Shepherd Farley. I'm hoping you're out there, Shepherd.
I am.
Awesome. I love it.
Congratulations, Shepherd.
Congratulations, Shepherd.
Thank
We're
you.
very excited for you, Shepherd, because we get to honor Shepherd as a first grader at our campus. And you know, he's a virtual student, but he has taken on virtual and responsibility to a whole nother level. This is what his teacher had to say. She said, Shepherd is a positive role model for our classmates. Even though he's learning virtually, he's the very first one to turn in his daily assignments and is always on time for online learning classes. It is very evident that Shepherd loves a structured study schedule and that he follows routines and even models those behaviors for his peers. He's always prepared and ready to learn. Shepherd, Cottonwood Creek Elementary is very proud of you. Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Miss Rosser.
Good evening, all. It is my privilege to honor one of our third grade students, Miss Haley Ayers. And I know she was on because she was one of the first faces I saw when I logged on this evening. So Haley was nominated by her teacher, Mrs. DeLuna. And Mrs. DeLuna spoke very highly of Haley and talked about how she strives to leave a positive mark on anyone she interacts with and always wants to leave our school a better place than when she found it. And she does so by helping take care of anything that she can. Mrs. DeLuna's specific example was one day they were coming in from recess and third graders were carrying jump ropes, hula hoops, footballs, basketballs. And when they walked in, many of the students just dropped them right there where they were, but Haley asked permission to stay behind and straighten that area up. Ms. DeLuna was super appreciative of that because that shows what a great positive role model she is for her peers. Haley, we love you. I'm so proud to be your principal, and I'm so proud I got to recognize you this evening.
Hi. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, congratulations, Haley. All right, Mrs. Abrams.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I hope that you're all having a fantastic evening. Tonight, I am super excited to celebrate Victoria Reitmeyer with you. She is a 5th grade student at Howard Norman Elementary. She is a member of our student council, and she was nominated by the 5th grade teachers because she is someone that continuously demonstrates resiliency and transparency, and she overcame a lot of obstacles during virtual learning for herself. But specifically, the reason she's nominated this evening is because not only did she overcome her own obstacles, but there was another student in her virtual class that was having some difficulties in getting to class and being held accountable, and Victoria actually became her accountability partner. So when that student wasn't there, she was the first one to pick up the phone and call her to see where she was and check in on her, and has not only overcome her own obstacles, but now has helped another peer of hers overcome theirs, and together they have been super successful. And we are so excited, Victoria, to honor you tonight, and we're super proud of you for demonstrating so many great leadership qualities at Howard Norman. And I'm pretty sure you're out there because I saw Mom or Dad's name out there. Victoria, I hope you're out there tonight, and we're so proud of you. And she also helps with me with my announcements in the morning sometimes, so maybe I'll be seeing you tomorrow morning to help me out. Congratulations, Victoria, and congratulations, Mom and Dad.
Thank you.
All right. All right, Mrs. Regarello.
Good evening, everybody, and I want to welcome Natanim Cherenit, or Nata, as we know her. She is our curly hippo of the month. I know she is out there, so hi, Nata, and I know Dad's there too. Nata is a virtual student, and we all know that virtual learning is a new experience for all of us. And her 5th grade teachers nominated her because they said that she self-advocates, and she has become a really strong leader in the virtual world. She always has her materials ready. She's ready to work. She participates in class. One of the things that they said is that they have just recently started breakout rooms, and she is a natural leader in those breakout rooms. She will share her screen with her classmates, and she's willing to help them, and she'll even help them stay on task by saying things like, Miss Walker asked us to do this, so let's do that now. And she encourages all of the members to participate and acknowledges their different answers. And I could actually see her becoming a teacher one day because of the way she leads those breakout sessions. So congratulations, Nata, and we are so proud of you at Curly Elementary.
Thank you.
Yay. All right, Mrs. Raquel.
Hi, I hope you can see me and hear me. I'm not sure if Emilian Ortiz is out there. I looked for him and I didn't see him, but I'd like to congratulate Emilian Ortiz. The 5th grade teachers got together and nominated Emilian unanimously as a leader and a really great student in the 5th grade class. They said about Emilian that he comes to school with an attitude that says he is ready to learn. He is polite to all his teachers and his classmates. They said that he is helpful and tries his best on all of his assignments. That's one thing that they really admired about him, is all of the effort that he puts on all that he does. When you look at Emilian, you may see an ordinary 5th grader, but all of his teachers say that they just see a young man with a lot of potential and a great attitude.
Awesome. Way to go, Emilian. What a unique name. It's lovely. All right, Mrs. Campbell.
Hello, everyone. Marissa, are you there? Are you present, Marissa?
Yes.
Yay! So Marissa is one of our 5th graders. She is our November Hippo of the Month. You all, Marissa is someone that we can always count on to do the right thing, even when nobody is watching. She also has such a big heart. She is always the first one to help anyone in need and will do whatever she can to make someone feel better when they are upset. She is a friend and a helping hand to anyone in need. She is also a hard worker. She puts in the time and effort it takes to complete any task that she is given. She never gives up, even when things are hard. My secretary asked me once our Hippo of the Month was nominated. She was like, well, who did we select? And I said, Marissa. She said, oh, perfect. She is the perfect candidate. So we are so happy to have Marissa represent our 5th graders as our Hippo of the Month. Congratulations, Marissa.
Way to go. Hear the voices.
I know.
All right, Veterans Hill Elementary, Mrs. Patero.
Hi, good evening. This is Misty Patero, principal at Veterans Hill Elementary. Patton, are you out there? Patton McKeska is Veterans Hill's Hippo Student of the Month. Patton, are you out there, buddy?
Yes.
Yay! Hey! Well, we are so excited to welcome Patton to Hippo Nation. He is a new member of our Hippo Nation family, and he has 2 brothers as well, and this family is just awesome, and we are so glad to have them. Patton's 4th grade teachers recommended him as our Hippo of the Month by saying that he is a young man of integrity, and that is pretty awesome, Patton, for your teachers to be saying that about you and identifying that, and I have seen it myself as well. He's a hard worker, he's patient, understanding of others and their differences, and always willing to help. He's a role model, and just like I said before, even though he's new to Hippo Nation, he has already truly embraced what it means to be a Hippo and to live out the Hippo way. Way to go, Patton. We're so glad to have you at VHE and in Hippo Nation. Congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms. Patero.
Thank you.
Okay, and representing Hutto Middle School this evening, we have Miss Wells.
Hi. So our Hippo of the Month is Michaela Hicks. Michaela, you out there? All right. So Michaela was selected as our Hippo of the Month for a number of reasons, but she is a Hippo Buddy, which is a class that we have on campus that allows students to volunteer one of their electives to go in and help our functional academics classes. And when they asked me last year if I would recommend her, I proudly said yes. She is an amazing young lady. I have had the privilege of watching her grow since Hutto Elementary in 3rd grade, and to see her dedication to the school and to the students on the court. She's also an amazing volleyball player and very athletic in everything she does. But more importantly, she treats our Hippo buddies with so much respect, and they just love having her in class and love having her help them through their challenges. So Michaela, we are so proud of you, and we couldn't have picked a better person for this.
Awesome. Thank you, Michelle. Mr. Willoughby, Farley Middle School.
Good evening, board. I'd like to recognize Miss Tiffany Decker, one of our 6th grade students. The teachers that recommended Tiffany have nothing but praise for her. Her work ethic is impeccable. She's a Hippo buddy as well. She's an advanced student and she's a positive role model for her peers. She's also a member of the Principal Student Advisory Team. And so we look forward to working with her and getting her feedback on how we can continue to make our campus a better place. I think the most telling thing that her teachers described her as being respectful and kind and extending grace to her classmates and helping them whenever they struggle, but always having a positive attitude and a smile on her face. Tiffany is the exemplary model of what it means to be kind, respectful, and extend grace at Farley Middle School. And she makes Farley a great place to be. So Tiffany, I hope you're out there. Congratulations, and we hope to see you soon.
Thank you. And Mr. McConaughey, River Horse Academy.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I would like to be here to represent Mr. Demas Vargas O'Quinn. He was unanimously recommended by the RHA staff for Hippo of the Month. This young man came to us late in the year as a virtual student, and I want to tell you that in 3 months, this young man completed 12 courses to become the second graduate of this school year for Hutto ISD. So Demas, we're so proud of you at RHA. We have a saying that you make excellence your habit. Demas took this motto to heart and became a model student for all the other students at RHA. So thank you so much, Demas.
Yay. And let's top it off with Mr. Christian, Hutto High School.
All right. Our student of the month is Emma Gosh. Emma is a senior at Hutto High School. She came to us last year, and since she's got here, she's been a great addition for us. I see her right there in front of me, so I know I didn't have to ask why she's here, but she is sitting right there with her whole family there. And she's done a great job for us, you know, in a whole lot of ways. She was nominated for this by our senior assistant principal, Miss Davis, who said she has seen Emma be just an excellent student in multiple ways, has seen her be compassionate and kind to her peers, helping them with homework, helping them get breakfast, and multiple good things. You know, she's been a great addition to our campus in other ways. She's part of our child guidance class. And as part of that guidance class, she goes down and she works with our functional academic students during the week and has been just a great asset in there. She also goes over to the elementary and works with our elementary students over there. And I even saw a picture of her playing her violin for the class over there. And, you know, she's also a part of our jazz band. And, you know, when I talk to her, you know, see what she wants to do when she leaves us, she wants to become an orchestra director here at Hutto High School. So, you know, we're really excited about everything that Emma has done for us. She's been a great student, great addition. We really look forward to the great things she's going to do. She just, you know, you see her walking down the hall and she always looks like she's a woman on a mission wherever she's going. But we're real proud of her and she's going to do a great job for us for the rest of this year and after she leaves us. So, Emma Gosh.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right. Mr. Judas and members of the board, I'm going to go off schedule just a little bit because our fire and rescue folks have been outside. We've been lucky. They haven't been called away to an emergency. So we want to go ahead and bring them in and recognize them. And then we'll continue with our staff recognition, if that's okay.
Billy, you want to go get them?
Yes, I do.
Retrieve.
I will.
Okay. That's this one here.
I think it's time.
Are you ready?
I think so.
Go ahead and bring it up and pause it. Easier said than done. I'll put it down. Pause.
Hi, sir. How are you?
How are you doing?
I'll make sure you have the audio selected, right?
Chief. Bob. As you can tell, they got all cleaned up for us.
I know, right?
Madam President, members of the board, I wanted to take an opportunity to share with a recognition with Dr. Thomas and with our community, our appreciation and thanks for Hutto Fire Rescue for what they do every day. On October 16th, most of you are aware, we had a small brush fire or wildfire that started on the southeast corner of our school property that is where Curley is located and where the future middle school site will be built. I was called out and I arrived on scene and just kind of set up a kind of a walking incident command, coordinated some district response. We had a church meeting on that Sunday. So I consulted with those folks about maybe gently getting them to go ahead and close their services and let's kind of move out as fire assets were arriving and were already at the point source of the fire and trying to contain it. It was a red flag day, low humidity, but it looked fairly certain to me from where I was standing that HFR had it under control. And I'll let Assistant Chief Rob kind of give you a little bit more of the unfolding events that occurred in the intervening minutes when all of a sudden the winds changed on us. Luckily, I had some maintenance staff on duty. They came and set our sprinklers off. We turned our air handlers off to the building. I never feared necessarily for the facility. They had force protection set up. They were on it. But as that fire changed, I think it began to panic a little bit, even the veterans that were there at the fire. I have a quick video that we'll show, and then I'll invite Chief or Rob to maybe a comment or two. This was shot off my cell phone, so it's not high quality. This is looking south and southeast. And you'll see here as when I got there, the fire was generally moving in the southerly direction, and then it turned on us pretty quick. I'm helpless because I don't have a hose and I'm not involved.
Yeah. Scary.
And this is kind of the mop-up operation at the end when they finally had it contained. I never doubted that our hands on the ground were gonna be in any kind of trouble, but it was a day of slight anxiety, right, Rob?
Yes, sir, absolutely. Yeah, just as Henry had mentioned, it started off from someone burning outside. They left the area, and Amber got caught in the wind and jumped the little ravine there, and it took off on them. When we first arrived, it had already started a nice column of smoke, so it was seen from, by that time, miles, it seemed like. Quickly got more resources on scene, established our water supply. As Henry mentioned, we thought we had it under control and we weren't panicking, and then the wind shifted and it started pushing it back towards the northwest, where we had a line of houses, and eventually we got our resources on it and put it out.
And Dr. Thomas has something she'd like to give you guys, but on behalf of my team and I, and y'all know my history, I had the unfortunate experience of dealing with the Bastrop Complex fire in 2011, in which Dr. Thomas and I both lost our homes. Even though firefighters were not able to help us out in that situation, we value very much the assets and the volunteers and also the staff members that train every day to protect our homes and our property. And we truly value our partnership with you guys and everything that we do, from Friday Night Football to incident action plan, design discussions, and just your friendship. You guys are a tribute to the badges that you wear, and we honor you this evening. Thank you.
Better, Henry, but in our district, we offer, our board has coins and the superintendent has a coin. And the coins are offered to duty that is above and beyond the call of what we do each and every day. So you gentlemen certainly exemplify that. And this gentleman right here was I was his principal when he was itty bitty. And he was a force to be reckoned with, but look at what happened.
Dr. Thomas, you want to know something strange?
What?
He's my son's principal.
The superintendent's coin, no shape, but I sometimes.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. It's been a hug.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
It's Bob's.
Thank you.
Here, I'm glad you didn't get a call and have to run out.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
small world. That's funny.
Okay, so next up, we are recognizing our Teacher of the Month and our Support Staff of the Month. So starting off with our Teacher of the Month, Miss Rosser, would you do the honors?
Yes, ma'am. It is a privilege to recognize this fabulous music teacher of ours, Mrs. Angel McGinn. She inspires excellence in everything she absolutely does and has brought so much joy to our music room. She is often one of our campus leaders anytime we have a special performance or a special event. She obviously pours her heart and soul into those. And this year with COVID-19 and having both in-person and online learners, she had the added challenge of including both platforms of those students because we like for all of our performances to be student-led. And so her latest accomplishment was our Veterans Day ceremony, where she and a committee, but it was mostly her, I know that. She spent hours and hours of her time in the evening putting together a beautiful Veterans Day tribute for our families and the veterans that have served. And so Angel, I adore you, our campus adores you, our kids absolutely love music, so I cannot thank you enough for the positive energy and your kind giving spirit and just your dedication to HES and to Hippo Nation. Thank you for all you do.
All right, congratulations. Are you with us? Are you there?
Yes, yes. I just wanted to say thank you. And I've never been so proud to be a teacher. And I just feel very, very blessed to be a Hippo in here.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. All right, Ms. Pachicano, we want to recognize our support staff member of the month.
Absolutely. Guys, I'm so excited to honor Miss Karen Jeter. I know you're there. And so hello, Miss Jeter. I wanted to recognize Miss Jeter. My goodness, guys, when we talk about inspiring excellence in education and academics, character and community, you talk about inspiring excellence, period. This is Miss Karen Jeter. She is one of our special education paraprofessionals at our campus. And anything and everything that we ask of her, we really could give her 50 other titles. She is pretty amazing. We have asked her to help us out from morning crossing guard to substituting in classes to pretty much doing everything and anything in between. All of the campus knows very quickly that if they need someone to come into their classroom just for a few minutes, they're needing to go out and do something, if there's an emergency and we're shorthanded, she is definitely the person that we reach out to. And she does everything with a smile and the biggest heart for students and for kids. She actually dropped off and delivered some really nice little treats for her students that she serves recently, and she did it on her own time. This is really what we think of when we think of someone who has passion. And Ms. Karen Jeter, we're so proud of you, and you're a blessing to Cottonwood Creek Elementary. Thank you for everything that you do.
Well, thank you. And I just want to be helpful to everybody. And I'm proud to be a part of Hutto and Cottonwood Creek. And just thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, the next two groups of employees that we're going to recognize are registrars and our counselors. So with the pandemic, with our COVID situation, the movement and placement of children from virtual to in-person, from in-person to virtual has been tremendous. Imagine getting ready for school and creating schedules and taking care of families every 6. There's a lot of work that goes into opening school in August. These ladies and gentlemen are doing it sometimes on a weekly basis, but definitely every time there's a change in schedules. The work that they have been doing behind the scenes has just been so incredible. These are the unsung heroes, the people behind the desks, behind the computer monitors that make everything else run on a campus. So we want to start off by recognizing our registrars, and I'm going to ask our Director of State and Federal Programs, Mrs. Elva Torres, to speak to the registrars. They're under her department. And Ms. Torres, with that, I'll turn it over to you. Look at this fabulous picture of them.
Yes, good evening. I am so incredibly proud to recognize an awesome group of hardworking ladies, our campus registrars, our attendance clerks, and our PEIMS specialist, and our PEIMS coordinator for the extraordinary work.
Yes.
Many of them have been working diligently since July to register over 500 new students, 100% online. They have made over 1,800 schedule changes for students going from in-person to virtual and vice versa. They support campuses with not only registration and attendance, but with progress reports and report cards and PEIMS coding, transcripts, records request. They troubleshoot Skyward login issues for teachers and assist parents with issues with family access. They often cover like the front office. They sub for the nurse and have also covered in classrooms on occasion. Their work impacts not only students, but district accountability and budget. Ladies, you work behind the scenes, but you're not invisible. We see you and we appreciate you and we thank you for all that you do.
Yes. Can we put up the list of all the names?
I have them, and so I was going to call out their name, and if they can just wave, that would be awesome.
Okay.
I have their list. So Caitlin Tolbert, Michelle Rios, Estela Alvarado, Rhonda Stromness, Jessica Ingram, Isela Valles, Tanya Cummings, Sabrina Block, Adrina Carrasco, Jody Hawkins, Geraldine Vehil, Angie McConaughey, Kaylee Britton, Tara Gardner, Kathy Kenyon, and Kimberly Wilson.
Awesome work, ladies. Thank you so much for hanging in there with us. And Ms. Jen Porter, who oversees all of our counselors, are you on? I love this picture.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Okay, I am thrilled to recognize the counseling department this evening. Our team does a tremendous job supporting students, families, faculty, and staff. This year has provided some very unique challenges for our counselors, but they have worked tirelessly to take care of kids. In a normal school year, our secondary counselors complete an average of about 30,000 schedule changes. That's all the keystrokes necessary. And that's in a full school year. Since August, they have completed over 65,000 schedule changes. This is in addition to providing numerous guidance lessons, leading the Hippo Way program, staff development, face-to-face and virtual counseling sessions, and responding to mental health crisis for both in-person and remote students. Taking care of kids is our priority, and we have hundreds of stories of counselors supporting students, but one of my favorites is so very simple. During our middle school meeting the other morning, we were sharing good things, and one of the counselors said, "I had a really great visit with a student this morning." I'm pretty sure that is why each of these amazing people show up to work every morning just to take care of kids. So I'm so blessed to work with these professionals, and thank you for celebrating our counselors tonight.
All right, thank you. Awesome work, ladies. And Mr. K. Oh, and I think we have Mr. Reichel too.
Bottom row middle.
There's three.
Oh, there's three.
Yay! Oh, that's awesome. That's one of my favorite parts, the recognitions. So
yes, very
thank
much
you,
so.
Hippo Nation, for giving us things to recognize. So now we are going to take a break and honor our newly elected officials and say farewell to Ms. Connie and do what you got to do. There are cookies and punch, right?
Punch and cookies.
So you can help yourself. And Todd, will you be pausing the video or?
Pause the video, or I'll pause the recording.
Yeah, you can leave them on.
The video on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Break and we'll be back from our break. We have a lot to do, so let's get started with our the report. We had the opportunity attend virtually an exceptional governance summit. So does anybody have any specific reflections from that attended any of those workshops?
I didn't get to log on, but I do have the book now, but I've just started it, so.
Good. You got the book, Philip?
I did.
Edgar, did you get the book?
Ma'am.
Okay,
I have mine.
okay.
It's in the mail in like a,
I just got it.
That's it.
Okay.
I'll have it.
And then also the videos are still available.
Are they?
You guys-
For a month.
Okay.
Till January, actually.
Yeah, hop on and watch those. They're good ones. And for me, my reflections, there were so many things that we heard on some of the workshops that we're already doing, that we implemented along the way, that we, thought about. So track. And then also just some things, how important of a role we play in this room in student achievement and student outcomes. I think sometimes we, forget the important role that we have in that. And the direct reflection, it is back on us, how well our students are doing or not doing, or so for me, that was pretty impactful. Anybody else?
Just a couple of things. This month, we worked on the Black Families of Hutto Cemetery.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, sorry.
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
HE.
I was just saying, did anybody else have anything from that summit conference?
I did. I really thought what they said about setting goals as a board, sure we're measuring our progress toward those goals was really important.
Yeah, it is. And that is exactly why we have our team building in December next month to work on that very thing and our board self-evaluation. So
talking about team building, it talked a whole lot about the team being a unit, being, you're not going to agree on every decision, but you're working together as a group.
Agree. Anything else about that? Okay. Terry,
Oh, I was just going to say that this past month, we identified the Black Shallow Cemetery here in Hutto. I know myself and I was Shara attended with the cleanup. And so it's going to be it's going to take a while. It's about 120 something graves and only 30 of them are marked. And so Black Families of Hutto was just putting together a team of people, and hopefully we'll get more of the community. I think after we did it that first weekend, there's a lot of interest in the community to get out and kind of help with that cleanup. It's pretty sad to see microwaves and vacuum cleaners just being dumped in the cemetery, and that's what it became, just a dumping ground. So very proud of that work. Last night I attended the Families of Texas Public Schools last night, and it was really, really interesting. One of the things I like to do is just meet different people. And so, I met a superintendent. He just started. He's in a district where he's the 23rd superintendent in 14 years.
Wow.
And so when I hear stories like that, I reflect back to our board, superintendent leadership, and how blessed we are here to have some stability in what we do. And there was a couple of quotes I read that I heard. If you have a child's heart, you have a child's mind. And so just making those connections with our kids first, and then making that the foundation. And the speaker is a gentleman who's very wealthy, does a lot of nonprofit. He told his story of lived in a small town, and he was a byproduct of an affair. And everyone in the town knew about the affair. He was the fourth from the bottom in his class, but he named about 6 teachers that affected his life and made him who he is. And so to the staff and to all of us, it's important that we know that we really do affect our kids, and we're the ones that's going to help this country move forward. So, and the last thing is Central Texas School Board Association is putting together a legislative document looking at funding, local control, safety, charter schools, and SPED. And so when we get that document done, I'll make copies and send it to all the board members. That's it.
Thank you. So Felix and Shara, this time is a time where we typically will go around and share what we've done, seen or been part of in the community over the last month, anything important that we need to know about, and as you guys are on your committees and start serving on those, this is the time you'll come back and report anything that we need to know during that time. So you may have something to say now, and that's totally okay, but if you don't, that's okay too.
Well, I serve with the Hutto Resource Center, and it's amazing how many more families have come resistance. It's a tough time, so we have to remember that there are a lot of families out there that are struggling.
Right-click on participants. Philip, do you have anything?
No.
Edgar?
Well, first, I just want to again reiterate congratulations for Shar and Felix. Great to have you all on the board and looking forward to get to know you better and working together. And then, of course, Connie, thank you to the ISD for celebrating her service tonight. I just wanted to express my appreciation and excitement about the meeting that we had to discuss the board evaluation instrument. And Dr. Thomas and myself and Terrence and Billy met and looked at a few examples of what other ISDs do that are effective and kind of got an idea. And I think there's an article in the monthly CASB, what is it, Lone Star, that talks about the relationship between the board president and the superintendent and the importance of that relationship. And I think that as we continue in the coming year, 2021 is going to be a chance, hopefully, for us to, in the middle of the grind, just kind of have a reboot, right? And try to get through the year, but also approach it from a fresh point of view in terms of how we do things and how we look at our board and how we look at our staff and what we do to make ourselves and our students successful. And I just, that meeting really resonated with me afterwards. I thought about it for a couple of days. Well, I think we have a real opportunity to really pinpoint some key things that can make us better, make me better personally as a board member. So I'm really looking forward to that. And I think it's with new board members, it's a good opportunity for us to just kind of understand and hone in on our purpose as a board. And speaking for myself, I really need that guidance and that help. And I'm looking forward to that perspective from all the board members. So thank you.
I'll share. So last night we had our parent and family engagement meeting, and I'm pretty involved with the PTAs here in Hutto. And one of the things I think we should all be aware of is they're struggling right now to get members because everything now is virtual. So where many schools had 100 members last year, they have maybe 20 this year. And that membership dues was funding all of their activities, giving back to the school. So they're looking for really innovative ways to try to do things virtually, but I know meeting attendance, it's much lower, membership is lower, and really anyone in the community can be a member of the PTA, and you can be a member of the PTA at every school if you wanted to. So I think we just really need to try to support them so that the PTA lives on and does not fizzle out in the times of COVID, because they do a lot for our district. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah.
Morgan?
Yes, so I wanted to share some information about the Hutto Resource Center's Light the Night. As Felix shared, the Hutto Resource Center is an organization that helps people that are in food insecurity situations. We also help with utilities and like necessity payments that people may be behind on due to a number of issues. But the night event is a way for the community can get together. But from your homes, so you can enter this Christmas decorating contest. You decorate your home, or you could put a display up in your yard. And there's actually a first place trophy that can only be won or gotten from this particular event. So we're really looking forward to not only making the city look a little more cheery during some really challenging times, but also a way to pool together and make holidays brighter, quite literally, for families that are experiencing financial hardships. There's information on how to join the contest is available on our website, huttoresourcecenter.org. And obviously you can contact any of the board members. Myself, Billy is also on the Resource Center board, and Felix, and we'd be happy to share that information.
Thanks. All right, Dr. Thomas.
All right, so we're starting off with some celebrations. And obviously we've celebrated our counselors and our registrars, our attendance clerks, and but a celebration that I want to point out today is our business office, our processes and procedures work. So in particular, Ruby Villarreal and Cheryl Rich, they kept the district this week from having to pay $1.2 million on an invoice to an entity who impersonated a regular payee. And it looked authentic. It looked like the real deal. But there was a slight change in procedure and the ladies caught it, right? And they didn't pay it until that particular box was checked off, so to speak. And so Mr. Graham and Mr. Steed brought it to my attention. I thought, oh my gosh, that's all we needed, right? That would have been the icing on the cake, the cherry on top with this COVID-19 situation. So kudos to the staff and the procedures and safeguards that they have in place, because we could have been, Maine ISD who paid out, I don't know, they paid out what, 9? But any amount that would have gone out falsely, obviously. So you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I guess it's a good thing for this district that other districts were unfortunate in that they got scammed. And, we read a lot about what goes on in school district business offices. And when that happens, it's just, total. So, when this has been going on for the last year or so, I've always stressed to my staff, be careful, just be careful. And I'll be honest, Cheryl Rich is the one that said, I just got a bad feeling in my stomach about this.
Right.
And then boom, and then it's like, well, okay. But it was very uncanny about how perfect that email, it was identical to previous emails we've gotten from this vendor. And so, yeah, it's just, and I'm in a Central Texas group of CFOs, so I shot it out all to them, and they're like, oh God, thank you, just to be alert, especially around the holidays. I mean, honestly.
It was the same kind of phishing.
It's a phishing.
Yeah.
It was a phishing, and the only difference was the email string had .org.
Oh, wow.
And the original had .com. And that was the only way we could tell. There we go.
So they were trying, was it an attempt to get an EFT?
Yeah, originally they said, hey, we need to set, we're changing our policies and we only want to get paid by ACH.
Right.
Well, and they reached out to Henry first because it was construction, because that's where our biggest money goes out.
Mm-hmm.
And Henry's like, I thought we already did that with y'all. And then it came back, oh, sorry about the confusion. We're doing this with everybody. So can you just change the routing numbers?
Oh, yeah.
So then that's when he sent it over to our office. And we have 5 steps in place. We got to step 3 before we realized, okay, something's wrong.
Something's wrong. Yep.
Wow.
That's pretty good. Several people have tried to change my direct deposit. They'll send payroll under my name, but there's a certain way that I use my name that I won't disclose. So the ladies knew that it was not for me because they, yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why most of the districts in the state stopped posting the check registers online, is because those people can get online and determine who the big vendors are.
Yeah.
Because it shows payments to those vendors. And so they'll start looking at those vendors' websites and start.
Look at patterns. Yep.
And, but,
yeah.
like I said, I sent my CFO group out. I said, yeah, we were in line to pay them 1.2 million on Wednesday. And if that had happened, then I'd been fired on Friday. So.
No, actually, when?
Well, yeah, right there.
Thursday.
But it's, you know, you just got to stay on top of it because they're always a step ahead.
Yeah.
It's been turned over to authorities.
Good job.
Thank you. Hutto Education Foundation, they've issued out $104,000 in grants. And if you follow them on Facebook, on Twitter, they put out all that information. That's pretty fantastic. And again, our business office has facilitated. All of the teachers already have their spending cards in place, and they're going to go out and get those grants taken care of. Our enrollment is at 8456, steadily just staying up there. I think it was 8457 yesterday, so we lost one kid, but still pretty good. Our turnover rate, the October turnover rate, district-wide was 1.5%, but the year-to-date turnover is 4.7. Teacher turnover rate is just at 1%. It's actually 0.97. We've gone over resignations and new hires in closed session. The last item under my report, we're going to a bond sale right after Thanksgiving Day holidays. And so we spoke to our financial advisors and the underwriters. We're going to be able to structure the sale where the first day will go to Hutto residents on Monday, November the 30th. We'll put that notification out, and then it goes to institutional pricing on Tuesday, December the 1st. So I don't know that we'll have a lot of people in the community who actually go out and buy the bonds, but at least they'll know that we're selling part of the $194 million, and it's public. It's public information. Okay, so the next piece I think is our Instructional Safety Plan Board update. I guess I'll stand up this one. I can probably see it better from up there. That was next on the agenda, right?
It was, I think.
Okay, so it has, it's been a stressful day with regard to the instructional / safety plan update. Two things happened today in particular. 2 o'clock, we had our conference call with the Williamson County Public Health Authorities. And then at 3 o'clock, we had our call with the commissioner. So the commissioner didn't really address the outbreak. They just addressed processes and changes in policy that are going to help us. It's going to give us another tool should we have to make drastic changes with how we operate school. So, okay.
Do it for you.
Okay, yeah, please, yeah, you can do it for me. Because once I touch that thing, it just goes crazy. So this is the public health data that you normally see that I send out on the Friday report. So one of the things I wanted to point out is we had been, while the green phase fell off the screen several days ago, obviously, we had been in the yellow phase. We went to the orange phase. As of today, one of the reasons for the public health data, and I didn't get it in time to upload it for the board book because it usually comes out around right after 5 o'clock. But the public health authorities gave us the heads up that we are going to a red phase, effective at the end of the day today, and then obviously into tomorrow. And we'll talk about what that means. But you can see the increases in the case count. And so they're now at the 100 range. Today's count was at 126 cases. So what they're predicting is that the hospital bed use and the number of ICU beds is going to go up. So the percentage of hospital beds in use is already at 80%, and the ICU beds are at 83% basically. But you can see how the hospital rates has been in the 70s, and all of a sudden it's just slowly coming up. We have we do have 2 employees right now that are in the hospital. Those are the very first cases that we've had hospitalization with. So we are keeping an eye on it.
those folks. The new infection rate is up in the teens. And if you go to the next slide, Dr. Sermani, I wanted to show this. This is the public health data from back in August when we made the decision to delay in-person learning and we decided to go virtual. When we made the decision around that time, you see the new infection rate was up 26%. And that's where they anticipate that that new infection rate going. That's what the public health officials, that's what the data is trending toward. Obviously, the hospitalization rates were at 80 and 83% at that time. So can you go back up, please? As far as the cases in Hutto, they've been holding steady. The highest count we had was 33 cases on November the 12th. Okay. And one more. So this is the Williamson County Department phases for reopening or opening, so to speak. They moved us into this red phase, which is uncontrolled community spread. So in order for us to get out of this red phase, obviously you've got to have 14 consecutive days of the data trending in the opposite direction. And right now, obviously it is going anywhere but backwards. The testing positivity rate is above 15%. So that positivity rate has to be reversed in order for us to get into the other phases. Next one, please. Now, this is where it gets a little interesting. So this is what the Williamson County Public Health Authorities are recommending for the schools, that in a red phase, they even recommended that for the orange phase. But in a red phase, they recommend a remote virtual learning only. Travis County is also going to, they don't have colored phases, they have numbered phases. And so Travis County is also going into phase 4 of their particular accounting. So these were our decision-making markers that we've been looking at every month. We were going to look at the availability of countermeasures, which is all the PPE stuff. We were going to be looking at cases in the county. And obviously, we wanted that data to be in the single digits. We're in the hundreds range now. We were looking at the percentage of beds in use, just hospital beds and ICU beds. Right now, I couldn't tell you of that 80 and 83% of the beds that are being used. I couldn't tell you how many of those are COVID related. And I don't think the public health authorities really know that. The bottom line is that that's the percentage of beds that are used. And what's happening also with the beds is they're experiencing an influx of people from other parts of the state, like the El Paso area, where there are no hospital beds, and families are moving here and occupying some of those beds as well. The positivity rates are at 5.7, but the new infection rates, which is that difference, is getting into the teens. Okay, so here's the million-dollar question. So you've got all of this data out there. What are the trigger points for closure? For us, yes, the surrounding, the area has a high infection rate right now. The rates on campuses have been in the single digits. Right now, we have 8 active student cases. That data was as of Monday. We've picked up a couple more this week. There's only 4 staff cases. And so while the kids are in school, the spread is not, right now, we can't attribute the spread to the schools. The spread is happening from contacts outside of the school. Now, we do have close to 200 kids on quarantine because even with those 8 student cases, that's what we do. If there's been exposure, that's how you keep the infection out of the campuses, right? You quarantine kids who have been exposed. So our trigger points for closure internally is a 10% infection rate. That's been in our safety plan from the get-go. We have been nowhere near that 10% infection rate.
So that's 10% of our total student body?
So, okay, so it would be 10% of a campus of a building. So like in this building, there's 20 people. So if 3 people got infected, we would shut it down. So we go home for 5 days and clean it. Even though we clean every day, we just clear the building. In a classroom, it would be 2 kids because that's normally they're in the 20s, right? So you go with that second infection rate, you would probably shut down that classroom. On a campus, it's 10% of the total students and the total teachers, all the adults that are in that building in order to shut down a particular campus. So now, at the high school, for example, there's about 1,500 kids in person. And obviously, we wouldn't wait for 150 cases. You know, we wouldn't go into the 120s or 130 range in order to close it. We would do a case-by-case analysis. If there's a sudden spike in the numbers and within 5 days, we get 100 cases, and those 100 cases have exposed just about everybody on the campus, then obviously you would close the campus down. But our numbers have been nowhere near that range. The other factor that we would look at is inability to successfully run a campus. If we have half of the adults who get exposed and we don't have enough people at central office to cover all those classes, we can have people cover classes, but there's a difference between covering class and actually running the class. So I don't know that I would place an accountant in a kindergarten class. That just wouldn't go well. So I'm teasing. But, you know, as far as using all the adults on campus, because we've talked about it in executive leadership team, if we have a campus that has a high number of staff that are quarantined, we're going to empty out central office and go cover classes. But we can't sustain that for too long. The operations of the district have to continue. So for right now, these are the trigger points for closure. And you're probably thinking, well, Selena, that doesn't make sense. We're in a red phase. We have a high rate of transmission. But so here are the other factors you've got to consider. We have to consider the social and the academic needs of the kids. Even if we were to close, we would still have to offer some of our neediest children access to the building, especially our kids in functional academics. There's no way they can have any type of remote learning. It just doesn't work. We would have to keep the building open for certain populations of children. I can just tell you, I am worried about what's going to happen with Thanksgiving. Because we're going to be gone, and we know that people get comfortable and don't exercise all the safety protocols that they should exercise. But that's just something we're going to have to mitigate and keep an eye on. So for right now, these are the trigger points that we are using for the closure because we believe that the kids who are in classrooms with us now are doing well. We still have some campuses that have had 0 cases, or that have had single-digit cases. So that means what they're doing is working. I know you're disturbed.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So I know that we have pretty strict guidelines about when families can opt in and opt out of in-person instruction. Given the new stage that we're in again, would there be any flexibility with perhaps families who say, I want to keep my kid learning, I want to keep learning going, let me keep my kids home and have them engage virtually, because that would lower the numbers of bodies in the buildings?
And I think we would try to do everything that we could to accommodate families. The truth of the matter is, it's not that easy. In some instances, you can do it from one day to the next. We would have to be given some grace. There could be some lag time before we could actually activate something or change assignments. It's not that simple sometimes.
And I do want to say, I acknowledge that it is not that easy. And I know that the counselors have done tremendous work, especially with the master schedule. It's a beast to manage both of those things concurrently. I just was wondering if that was perhaps another middle ground that we could.
And I guess there's no, if say we had to go to virtual, there's no grace period where we could give parents enough time to find childcare or make arrangements with jobs and stamp it.
That's, now, if there was a massive infection rate in a classroom, in a campus, that we wouldn't have any choice. It's a matter of health for, safety. We would have to send them, definitely have to send them home. Yep.
Dr. Thomas, so I struggle with, I know when we did this back in August, September, there was a lot of disagreement in the community about what the right decision was. Turned out to be the right decision for the right reasons. But I recall that at the time we were looking at that data, the data was trending in the right direction, right? For the 4 or 5 weeks preceding that start. The data is certainly not trending in the right direction today. And you alluded to Thanksgiving. I don't worry so much about Thanksgiving as much as I worry about people leading up to Thanksgiving. All that transmission is gonna happen. Is this a matter of we're gonna trust the processes in place because they worked the first time? Or do we think that there is a chance that because of the different trends in the data, we might be over relying on that instead of looking at the data points? In other words, how do we, when a parent or community member comes to us and says, this is different this time, do you feel like it is, or do you feel like the protocols that we have in place will ultimately help us mitigate all of that risk with the red, Thanksgiving, all of that coming up?
I think in some cases, we're going to be able to mitigate the risk. I think what we discussed today with the public health authorities, my point of contention or the issue that I had a problem with is that I don't know that closing is going to achieve what closing should achieve, which is to stop the spread. Because in order to stop the spread, there's got
a lockdown.
You've got to have a lockdown. I don't know that releasing kids to virtual instruction is going to keep them safe. Our internal data shows that when the kids are with us and they have to follow strict protocols, they're not getting infected. They're not getting infected on campus. And so they're almost safer being with us. Now, I'm also a realist and realize that it could go completely south. We have a call over the Thanksgiving Day holiday with all of our district leaders to find out about what's happening with positive rates within their campuses or exposures, because that's the other thing. We actually have 59 employees right now that are quarantined, not because of exposure on campus, but because a member of the household has tested positive, and so now they have to quarantine. I couldn't tell you exactly how many of those are teachers, but it ranges from custodians to maintenance to people in all positions. So if all of a sudden we have half of a campus that is quarantined, then obviously we've got some problems. We can't operate. Or if our transportation fleet, if we have the majority of our bus drivers are over 60, it's an older classification of employees. If they can't drive the buses, obviously transportation is not one of those required services, but it would certainly affect our ability to get kids to school. We couldn't just say, all right, parents, sorry, no buses for the next couple of weeks. All of our drivers are quarantined. Please get your kids to school any way you can. Half of them wouldn't come.
I think the risk of exposure and contact events at school is very based on our contact tracing, our data, our research, and our discussions with peer districts. I think the benchmark for us and y'all will be when we don't have the staff available to operate.
And that's been the trend around the district, around the areas. Yeah. Schools are closing just because of staff.
That happened more than the risk of us staying open. I have total confidence in the standard response protocols, the sanitation, and all of the things that we have in place that is shown to have been very successful, just as we kind of predicted based on our conversations with HEB, who we met with and modeled a lot of our plans on, because they operated throughout. I promise you, if we go into a lockdown, they're still going to be operating. But I do think the challenge for all of us is going to be when we start running out of adult workers. And that then is going to really be a trigger point for all of us. But I do want to reassure us that I think that we've got a solid response protocol when it comes to the safety elements, the sanitation, and the mitigation efforts that are in place. And very good cooperation, generally speaking, from staff and students. That's the key.
I think the proof of what you're talking about, Henry, is the what's happened the last 4 or 5 weeks. And the fact that even though that's happening in the community, our infection rates on campuses are pretty static.
Yeah.
And if you do the contact tracing, as I said, we may have people that go to Thanksgiving and they get, you know, there may be transmission, but as Henry mentioned, having the plan that we have in place that's proven to mitigate risk on the site, I think will help keep us safe.
Just takes so damn long.
We're not opposed, obviously, or would hesitate to close a classroom, close a campus, or close a facility if the infection. So right now, we have to make it through tomorrow and eat it with people to stay safe over the holidays. What's interesting, if there is a surge as a result of this holiday break, it won't happen that Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. It'll start happening at the end of that week. We come back, and definitely that second week in December. That's when you'll start seeing those numbers. Now, the positive thing with that, and I don't know that I got to, can you go to the next one? Please? Oh. So one of the positive things with TEA, the TEA guidance today did give districts leeway that if you closed a classroom or if you closed a campus, and they would be suspect if you close the entire district, that you would be able to get credit for 14 days of virtual instruction if you had to quarantine that entire group of kids. That you could go to that remote instruction and still claim credit for that instruction during that quarantine period. So as far as our instructional plan updates, we're getting ready for the next shift of virtual to in-person. We've canceled the semester finals because of the difference between testing in person and virtual and the potential effect on GPA and class ranks. So that communication's already gone out to our secondary campuses. And the last piece that we're working on getting just some specific guidelines in place for our campuses. TEA has given districts the authority to cancel virtual instruction for specific kids. I think we talked about that just briefly last time, that we would do that. We would try to work with families, but now TEA has given us the authority that if virtual instruction is not working for a child, and if they're just falling off the cliff and not able to recover, that we can bring them back to campuses, that we can issue that order. Now, the superintendent, I would have to sign off on every kid that's, quote, that is forced to come back. And obviously, we would consider any extenuating medical conditions for that family. But at the same time, in the process of trying to figure out if that child should come back, we would also try to work with that family. All right, we understand there's medical issues, but what can we do to get this child back online and get back on track academically? Because they're obviously, if they're on our radar, they're not on target.
Do y'all have numbers yet on the number of kids who are shifting back and forth from virtual to in-house or?
Doesn't open till tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay.
It'll open tomorrow for the second.
Closes December 4th.
Okay.
What is the percentage right now of online versus in person?
62, 38, 62% in person, 38% virtual, district-wide.
Slightly shifted to virtual at secondary and slightly more in-person at elementary. Not too much. We're talking about 4 percentage points or something like that.
But on average. Mhm. Okay, next one. Human resources, we've got, okay, so she updated it as of today. So we have 5 active confirmed cases. There's 18 folks in isolation, 18 in quarantine. So far, year-to-date resignations due to illnesses or COVID concerns, we have 12. As far as students.
So the difference in isolation and quarantine?
So if you are quarantined, it's because you were directly exposed to someone who was positive. If you're in isolation, it's because you've got symptoms, but you haven't necessarily tested positive.
So that is 2 different groups. It's not the same group. It's 36 people there.
Right. It could be people that, we require all the adults to do the screening every morning. So these are potentially people who fail that screening. As far as the kids, again, we've got 4 at the high school. That should be HMS. 1 at HMS, 1 at Cottonwood Creek, 1 at Howard Norman, and 1 non-campus. There's 3 virtual. One of the issues that we discussed yesterday with our superintendent's staff advisory council were the virtual kids. But, virtual kids, unless the Williamson County Public Health Authorities usually contact Kendra Estes on some of those cases. But unless virtual parents report it to us, we don't know. And not that we wouldn't care about who's positive, but obviously they're not on campus, and we're more concerned the ones that are on campus because those are the ones exposing others. Okay. So as far as finances, not too much has changed here. We're still holding steady at $2.3 million in expenditures due to COVID. We've got some grant funding coming in. Go to the next one. We got our check from Williamson County. Here's the big one. So big news yesterday. We plan to apply. There's a webinar tomorrow, but the governor just announced that he's allocated monies for districts to reimburse them for technology related expenses. So I don't know if you knew this, but earlier in the summer, districts could get reimbursement for technology expenses if they went through the vendor that TEA approved. So districts like us who had gotten ahead of the game and purchased all of our technology, we didn't have the option of getting reimbursed because we had gone through other vendors. So there were enough of us who cried about it, so to speak. And so we'll be able to recoup some of those expenses. That's going to be huge. That's over $1 million at least, maybe more. As far as operations updates and considerations, restrictions on visitors obviously are no visitors, no deliveries to campuses through the end of the semester. And Henry, you were going to add something to that.
I apologize, I didn't make it there, but I added a restrictions and limitations on non-school use of facilities and facility use. There are existing non-school plans, the city of Hutto, and Parks and Rec, of course, YMCA, some area churches, and other, and of course our community ed program. Those have practices that we endorse that are similar to our COVID precautions. They also, in some cases, pay us additional money for additional cleaning and sanitation. So our staff works hand in hand with those partners. So we're not going to restrict them at this time, but we're really just going to sit on any new requests. One of the challenges for our UIL, our extracurricular, co-curricular, specifically the gym spaces, the performing arts center areas, is the flux of scheduling. And where we do allow, under normal circumstances, people to use facilities, our kids come first. But any day of the week, we might have to postpone a game or reschedule a game, and it's just too complicated to allow us to continue our facility use. And I think it's just the most prudent thing. Again, we've restricted visitors all this year. It's part of our mitigation efforts. I think we just need to wait until the spring before we allow people back in our facilities. And I'll make sure this is updated so y'all have it. I apologize, it's not there.
So our administrative recommendations, we do not recommend closure of the school district or a campus or a facility at this time. Again, we've got TA who's given us some flexibility if we do have to close. So at least we know that our funding will not be affected. A big thing, we've provided principals with the flexibility to continue offering internal planning sessions for teachers. That seems to be a big stressor. We're going to bring a recommendation later to you tonight to affect the school calendar. It's not a huge impact. It's allowing 3 more planning days in the second semester. But just so that you're aware, our principals do have that flexibility to bring in small groups of people as the need arises or in critical subject areas, especially say, for example, our dual language teachers at the elementary level, several of them are doing both virtual and in-person instruction. We do recognize that takes additional planning and resources. And just the very last one, it won't be the same level of work that we did during spring break earlier in March, but we will be on alert this coming week for any surges in cases in any particular department or area of the school district. We have a call scheduled on Saturday afternoon so that if we do have to spring into action, we have Sunday to get communication out.
I have the first question. What is the expectation, let's say in my household, if somebody becomes COVID positive, what is my responsibility to contact the district about that? And then according to our plan, what does the plan say about whether or not children in that household should come to school?
If someone tests positive in your household, then everyone in your household should quarantine for at least 14 days.
And so if I'm the parent, I've tested positive, I contact the campus and say, there's been a COVID positive test in my household. Does that student, do their absences move because they're now virtual for those 14 days? Or is that just 14 days worth of absences?
Oh, no, not 14 days worth of absences. I think most of the kids stay within that assignment and within their current assignment, and the teachers send assignments home. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Codes upon codes. So we now call them Q students because that's what they're put in their attendance is Q for quarantine. And like she said, most students, they shift just straight to a semi-asynchronous learning mode for just that period of time. Now the elementaries have gotten a little fancier where the kids are actually staying with their teacher, but they're checking in with the virtual teacher to get a little extra face time, even though they're still doing stuff for the original teacher. And of course, all of it depends on how many days, the longer time you're going to be out, the more likely it is. We'll recommend you just go ahead and just flip all the way over permanently. Because there is scenarios where a kid ends up 21 days. There are scenarios where it's a lot shorter. Come right back.
So I think it's important to the people that are listening today that if there is a positive case in your household, contact the campus and make arrangements that they're not going to be penalized for attendance purposes. I think there's a lot of confusion because in the past, compensatory or the compulsory attendance was a big stressor for families. And so these are extenuating circumstances. We need to make sure we're communicating back and forth because I think that's one of the things that we can do also to mitigate the spread. If we say the spread is happening outside of our school building, we certainly don't want to bring it in.
Exactly.
And the same thing goes for staff. They have to be honest every day they do their subjects. And if it's not an allergy that is something that is normal and a part of your makeup, don't come to work sick.
Yeah.
We'll get those reminders out because it's in our safety plan, but that's a massive document. Just a couple of key reminders about observing gatherings. And one of the interesting things about this afternoon's call with the public health authorities is that they're finding that the spread is not happening from large gatherings, but from the illusion that being with 3 or 4 people is safer than being with 10 people. But if you're with 3 or 4 people and you're not keeping your distance and not wearing your mask, then that's just as dangerous as being with 20 people. So I think people get this false sense of security that, well, they're just meeting with one other person or they're just meeting with a small group of folks. But it has the same spread effect.
So along the lines of Morgan's comment, beyond just the people that are listening right now, how are we reminding people that this is your obligation? If you have someone in your household, you know, how are you reminding people that this is what you need to do if this happens?
We'll need to, as far as just specific reminders of just a couple of bullets, we'll probably have to send something out tomorrow early, right before the holidays, and get that into people's boxes. I've already created a video internally for our staff. So that just went out to our Hutto ISD staff.
Did that video tell people that if you're positive, you need to contact people?
No,
not people not to get together.
Yeah, not that specific. That was just about following the safety guidelines. I didn't spell them out specifically, but reminding them about the safety protocols.
And probably something that's,
every time we send, every case that we send a letter home, it has that in it. I realize like as a high school parent, you've probably gotten that letter a bunch of times and you probably don't even read it anymore. But
that's true.
It's in there.
Well, and I guess for me, when I do get it, but my high schooler doesn't really, she's not in the building, and so it's less relevant to me. But there are a lot of elementary schools that probably have not gotten that notice at all whatsoever. And so I think maybe putting something out, also a visual, and maybe we have the ability to do the all call. Maybe we put it out in English and Spanish to all of the contact numbers that we have in Skyward, just because I feel like we're at a critical point right now where we have the ability to continuously to be proactive so we can keep the buildings open. I think that we should really use all of our modes available in order to make sure that people get that message.
Well, especially if we're worried about the cases from the outside coming in.
Yeah.
It seems like we would want to.
and I think putting something out too, that Saturday before they come back to school, it's like something at the beginning and a reminder at the end so that they're aware and kind of looking for symptoms or something.
And expose, this is what you need to do.
If we can, when that day they come back, I'd like to treat it like the first day of school again, where teachers at the high school were in the hallways, making sure the kids' masks were up. I think over time, they've gotten a little more relaxed about that, but kids are pulling it below their nose or talking to their friends. And I think we need to be super strict about that.
Yeah.
Especially after the holidays.
No doubt. Yeah, because even the staff that I met with yesterday expressed concern about colleagues getting too comfortable and not wearing the mask properly. And yeah. All right, thank you all. Didn't mean to spend so much time on this.
Important.
Yeah, it's important. We're good?
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Sermani, you're next.
Want to talk about teaching?
Hey.
Talk a little bit of that.
Some literacy?
There are teachers out there teaching. Of course, you can't escape COVID because COVID affects this too. And it affects it so much, I'm even bringing notes with me this time. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so some of you may recall that there is House 3, and that does affect you. You're supposed to have and it's in the district improvement, so don't worry about it. It's there, it's been there. But you have to have a goal related to early childhood literacy and math. This is although we were already doing it, because in your foresight, you'd asked me to begin presenting a long time ago on this, so we're already complying long before the rest of the state. But this is one of your 3 required meetings that we will talk about literacy and numeracy. The weird one about this is because almost all the data was gathered while we were in virtual learning. So there are lots of caveats to this. So much so that I even talked to Dr. Thomas, do we even want to show the data? Because I know some of it is kind of wacky. So that being said, I think probably more, especially for the new board members, to hear some of the terminology and to get an idea of what we're doing, talk a little bit about our long-term plans, and also just to talk to how the data is useful, if not at this level. Certainly teachers are actually using it for a number of purposes as I've been working with them. So literacy and numeracy. We have our board, our strategic plan goals from our strategic plan 2025. We're building a foundation in numeracy and literacy so that all students will be on grade level in 5th grade, 8th grade, and 10th grade. And it's all covered up there, but it's there. So a little bit about the strategic planning that we've been doing. We are continuing to refine our balanced literacy instruction. While we certainly took a pause during the pandemic to get ourselves situated with using technology, there's certainly ways we can leverage the use of technology in balanced literacy teaching. We also have a cohort of elementary teachers who are going through reading academies. That is a requirement from the state that all elementary teachers go through that who are in certain grade levels. We decided to go ahead, I decided we need to go ahead and start doing that since it was definitely in line with our plan. And I just felt like we should just go ahead and bite the bullet and start moving on it. I know some people probably like, oh, I can't believe you made us do that, but they're all gonna love it next year when they don't have to do it and everybody else is trying to get into the training. And finally, we actually did kick this one back. This was on our goal to do this year, but it just didn't make sense to try to roll out the reading intervention classes at the high school when we were busy trying to plan on how to even open the high school back during the summer. So rather than try to force that one, we pushed that to the fall 2021. A few challenges. Combining blended learning and balanced literacy instruction. Well, those people who understand those two concepts are already seamlessly putting them together. Some folks who are new to it see them as two separate things when they're really integrated and combined. And so the challenge is really beefing up our professional development so those two things become one for early childhood. And by the way, for blended learning, just to make sure I define these things for especially for new board members, it's the use of technology, but not just the use of technology, but using technology where students have some sort of control over the time or the pacing or the location of the content that they're receiving. So that's actually providing students control using technology to help us be able to do that. And this is going on in your district, actually, even in the in-person class, especially at Hutto Middle School. And it's all about expanding it further. The second one right here, this is just an implication of the environment we're in. Everybody's trying to put virtual learning together. Suddenly campuses are just buying stuff left and right, and suddenly all this stuff out there. And the technology department's already come to me and says, hey, we got to do something. There's just too much stuff out there. I agree completely. You know, we kind of got ourselves settled, but we need to get back to managing those materials and kind of box ourselves into what actually works. And we have a technology expert over here to help me now too. So, but we do need to box people back into what is aligned to our curriculum is going to be most helpful. And then finally, this is one that's on the horizon that the high school and I have been talking about. Every time you introduce intervention classes at a high school level, one of the things you're doing is you're reducing the number of credits they earn because the intervention classes are not always credit earning classes for graduation. So now you kind of got to balance out this need to graduate, but you know what? If you're not reading real well, what's the point of graduating? And so you've got to find ways around that. And there are some creative ways that we're beginning to come up with to try to meet that need. So with that said, there's the strategic planning and your screener data. This, what we found is young students did surprisingly well when they're in virtual environment. So it was amazing that all our kids can read already if you're in kindergarten. On the flip side, we found older students do extremely poorly online. And so I'm saying that to you because when you see the data, it's going to look like all our kindergartners can read. That's not real. Many of our kindergartners aren't coming from pre-K. The data is just not real. On the flip side, 50% of your fifth graders it says they can't read, they can read just fine. Our numbers are way off compared to what they've been in the past. So I want to tell you that on the front end. But the other part I want to tell you is, and I had this wonderful conversation to illustrate the point at Hutto Elementary School with the kindergarten teacher. I was talking to somebody else and she ran in there to look. We have these big boards where we keep track of all the kids' scores and literacy. And she was going up there to double check something. She says, I knew it. He does read better than that. And so it was just nice to see teachers are using the data plus their observations, even in virtual land, plus other instruments they're using one-on-one when they meet with the student to say, okay, that data is right, that data is not right, and use the data even though we're in a virtual environment. So while we may not be able to make decisions on this data at a macro level, on a classroom and a teacher by teacher basis, the data is useful to them. So, and finally, for all of those of you who don't remember, when you're looking at this data, we do have a dual language program. And at second grade, native speakers and English speakers take it both in English and Spanish. But before then, on this first round, they only teach it, take the test in the native language. So the data, that's just a context of the data when you see it. Well, it's all skewed here. You won't see the difference. But next time I give it to you, you will see a difference between the data because of that. First off, Ray said kinder, this is our pre-K data that we measure. Our end goal is always to get a 3 or higher. If the child gets a 3 by the end of the year, that means they're officially kinder ready, so to speak. These are beginning numbers. These were done, some virtual, some were done in person. So they are actually about where we were and a little bit higher than last year. So I've got a little bit more faith in this number. A lot of the pre-K teachers did it one-on-one with their kids. So I think there was a lot more validity to that assessment. But that's just our metric there. And you'll see those numbers rise over the course of the year. And of course, none of the kids come in at 3 or higher generally. Well, I guess there are some that do. But generally you see these numbers like this, and then they go up to go past 3 by the time we're done. And by the way, Chavez, just stop me anytime you want to and just ask a question and throw it at me. So I just keep just buzzing along otherwise. So, all right. And so I'm just going to stop I'm going to go more quickly over the other charts, but just to stop here for a second to remind everybody, green is good, red is red alert. So that's kind of the way it looks like. So on this data, this is using Renaissance, and this is the early literacy one. Interesting, STAR Early Literacy has math and reading mixed into it. But the green is supposed to be above grade level or at grade level, and it goes down. And then red is definitely needing intervention right away. As you can see, these numbers are way higher than they normally are for kindergartners at the beginning of the year. So I am going to flip through these more quickly. So like I said, this is more for you to get a taste of what the data looks like. This data, I don't have 100% faith that this is real assessment data we're getting from virtual land.
Is any of this data going to be sent to TA to
this
or something? Yeah.
This in particular is not. There's a different assessment that's required to be sent, which is used as a dyslexia screener called the TPRI and the Tejas-Lay. That is not the data itself, but we use that to determine where, it's called the early reader screener. That does get uploaded. Now, it just turns out the window for the TPR and Tejas-Lay was after the kids came back to in-person. Well, not all kids, but when the in-person kids. So a lot of the in-person kids got it in person. Yet the virtual students, we turn in what we have. They have not lifted any of the requirements of the data we have. So we submit what we have. And you'll notice how what I was saying is you get to the older grade levels, it looks like students are suddenly struggling to read more than they are. That's not to say we don't have struggling readers in 5th grade, but it's not close to that number. And you see, these are the math scores as well, and the same trends exist in the math screeners as well. So I wish I could give you more valid data for today, but that is one of those things that we have to deal with in the pandemic. So secondary. All right, secondary we go. So in the secondary world, we focus more on the intervention classes themselves. And so these are students that we had already identified as struggling learners. You'll notice we didn't have 2020 STAR scores, so obviously we couldn't use them. So we had to identify students using other metrics, which I shouldn't say it that way because we always identify students using other metrics. Star is usually just one we use. So instead we use some 2019 STAR scores as well. But anyways, Read 180 is what they're using. This is the second year they're using it. That was the one of the products you asked me about that they're using at the middle school level. There is some discrepancies between the numbers on the students, and a lot of that had to do with the virtual and in-person. They identified numbers of students who, when after they came back in person and got a better read on kids, and notice the numbers went up because they started moving kids into the class. There are students who are in this class that are virtual. So I don't want to give that impression. There are virtual Read 180 kids and there are in-person Read 180 kids. And again, you've got the light green is on grade level. The dark green are the ones that are 2 years below. And our goal is just, as you notice, all the on grade level kids disappear because they don't need to be in the class. And that sometimes happens when you're identifying kids who do poorly, they get in the class and you realize, why don't you read like this when we give you the test so you wouldn't be in the class? And so we go ahead and send them on to a regular class. But this is Farley Middle School. This is Hutto Middle School. And you'll want to see these numbers begin to disappear over the course of the next semester. And I would expect that they would.
That's quite a difference in the two middle schools.
Correct. Remember, there's a small sampling size. Be sure not to take this to judge the school as a whole. These are more a statement on what kids they have that are gone and been identified to put in the reading class and where those students are. And that small of a sample, when you're talking about 100 students, that can, next year, the two could look flipped depending on what the numbers are.
How was that sample selected? 84 students at 10.
In a perfect world, well, let's pretend like there was no COVID. You have a teacher sit down a previous year's teacher. So let's say back in April, a teacher sits down with the principal, we pull some of the data we have, the different reading data, and we decide, okay, which of these students are most at risk and need to be in this reading class. And now, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that just slightly. Which of these kids would benefit from this particular type of reading class? There are other kids who read very poorly who may not be in that class because this class and its type of instruction would not be the best possible type. And for example, there are some dyslexia students that this is not the end all be all for. There are some students who are in special education, this class would not be the end all be all for them. Now this is, I'm definitely a supporter of Read 180, both as from way back when I was in the classroom and as a principal, but I know it's not an end all be all. So you take all that together, you select your students and you place them in there. Now, the only other caveat I'll put to that is sometimes at the middle school level, when you get to secondary, a lot of times the kids who are struggling in reading are also struggling in math. So then you've got to start deciding, do I put them in both? And that kid shuts down on me because they have no fun electives and life is not good, or you choose one or the other and you let them have that elective they really, really, really wanted. And those are choices the principals have to make also. So sometimes you don't always get every poor reader. Sometimes you had to make a decision and thinking about the whole child.
Yep, good point. Thank you.
Do we see the same proportion of gains with our Read 180 students that are virtual? Like if you were to desegregate it out and compare virtual to in person, do we see the same results? Are they drastically different?
I don't know. I have not answered that question. That's certainly something I can ask to the two teachers especially. Okay. And this is nothing more than what I just told you about the problems we had with selection process, and it's virtual and in person, but we've got both. Very similar story with the middle school math intervention classes. They have not done their middle of the year yet, so you only have a beginning of the year on here. There's Hutto Middle School. And they obviously had a lot of students that got in there that shouldn't be in there, and they're going to need to, or they already have moved them out. So it's a slightly different group of kids that are in the class now. But again, they had the same kind of issues trying to make sure, okay, we put the kids we thought were in there, and now we just gave them this test. Does that test give us a real data point? Does the student really not need to be in this class? Does the student really need to be in this class? By this point, they've already gone ahead and made those moves, though, as the teacher got to know the students. And finally, Hutto High School, next year, you'll see a totally different kind of asset than we do for Hutto High School. But I do need to take a moment, especially for our new board members, about what an interim assessment is and what its purpose is. Most people will tell you that this data is not really for school board consumption because it doesn't get you what you really are after. Because most of the school boards want to know, well, how are our kids doing? This data, an interim assessment is meant to test the curriculum that is taught over a 9-week section of the school year. This has very little relationship to how well they're going to do on a STAR test. And I think that's probably one of the first things I'll tell you about curriculum. The curriculum we are required to teach over the course of the year is different than what is tested. Now, there's a lot of overlap, but it is different. So this is meant to take all the things that we think are most important in the first 9 weeks, and we're going to test you over it. It doesn't matter how hard those items are, whether the rigor's up here on them or the rigor's down here on those. What we see is the most important, we're going to put on that test to see where you did on those. That tells us how well we did instructionally, tells us how well the kids are doing on that. And so we don't even take into account whether that item is on the STAR test or not. It's whatever we saw in the curriculum that we thought was most important. And I say we, that's a group of teachers working with a curriculum person to make that decision on those items. So these percentages here are the average percentage correct of the students on that test. The other thing I'll tell you is 48%, absolutely, I'd love it to be 80%, but you can't think of that 48% like you do on a scale of 0 to 100. That's not the way the test is meant to be looked at. That would be a totally different type of test if I was to make it that way. Now, what you do want to see is these numbers to go up. So like in this algebra, you see it went up slightly. That's great. I'd like to see it go up. That's apples to apples compared from year over year. The reason you don't see anything for all the English classes is because the whole curriculum changed over the summer. So, in the middle of the pandemic, the state changed the curriculum for ELA. So the test is actually different than it was last year. So it's not, we can't compare the two. But these are the ELA scores for a first run with the teachers, first teaching this curriculum. I'm actually pretty happy, especially about these over here. Not so much on the ELA 1, I feel like that could have been better than what it is. So that's my take on that.
For the algebra IAs, were they online both of those years?
This test was given in October. So to answer your question, it was partly virtual, part in person. I don't know, I think they did 100% online this year. I do not know if they did it last year. We are moving to all the IAs to be 100% online because we have the technology and it just makes sense because we save money on paper and all testing is going online with the state anyways. We might as well get used to it. So we're really moving to 100% online. Saves about $100,000 a year in just paper costs and printer costs. So now that we've bought all the technology, it makes sense to use it.
Imagine you are able to interact with the data a lot faster too, because you're not having to scan or hope that the scanner picked up double the answers and things like that.
Yes, there are other problems, but most of those are training issues and understanding how to use the system to do online testing. But other than that, faster. And you can intervene quicker if something is off. Hey, questions, literacy, math?
I just had a quick question, Dr. Shormani, the purchases that you were mentioning earlier, the vendors that are being used, I know there's been an explosion of kind of, ed tech and all of the vendors that are out there selling products and tools. None of that is related. We're not talking about an LMS, right? There's no like personally identifiable information or anything like that on there. We're just talking about learning tools, not curriculum.
Correct.
Okay.
So we do have an LMS, but we're using Canvas at the middle school level, and we're slowly going to work our way outward from that. But I'm actually talking about campuses that go off, and I couldn't even tell you off the top of my head, something like Kahoot. We already
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody just goes by and some little thing. The campus goes and purchases it real fast. We on the normal times we have a slower process to ensure that everything's aligned and we're not duplicating products across the district.
Right.
So now I probably on two separate sides of the district have the same product. I shouldn't say same product, two different products doing the same thing.
Right.
Where we really should just have one at this point.
Or the same products with a different license.
Or that.
Right, yeah.
So we're gonna have to wrangle that back in. And as you know, there's an inefficiency that's been built in there. And we spent a lot of time, the first 2 years I was here trying to tamp that down. But in pandemic times, there was a need and it was okay. I was okay with that. And I kind of accepted that with the knowledge that we're now gonna have to bring it all back in.
I think in order to make sure we have high quality tools like that, we need to make sure we have some sort of instructional material rubric or review to make sure that what we are spending money on is effective and high quality, and be just a little bit more selective about that.
No, absolutely. I completely agree. I think what you saw was the district level system was functioning well, but the campus level systems were not always as well developed and moved quicker. And that's no fault of the campuses. That's my fault for not getting it down to them enough so that when the pandemic hit, they were able to handle lots of requests from their teachers. So something that we'll have to work on with campuses. Madam President, you ready for my next one?
Ready.
All right. For House Bill 3, you also get a second report every 3 times a year. So you have college, career, and military readiness presentation. So this is your one. So this data is a little bit more real. One of our goals is to ensure every single student who graduates, there's college, career, and military readiness, and that CCMR indicator is something that the state uses. We need to move on, start talking about post-secondary success as opposed to CCMR. This slide, we'll just continue to leave this up here. It doesn't change very often, but this is the indicators that a student is college, career, and military ready. Hasn't changed recently. This changed, interesting enough, actually. It's a boot. This is the percentage of students in the graduating class that were the CCMR indicator next to the name. So interesting enough, I told you wrong on the Friday report. I had the year wrong. I knew I'd done that. The class of 2019, so this data lags 1 year behind with TEA. So our accountability right now is based on the class of 2019. That number actually went up. So when we got TEA's official score, we went from a predicted 78% to 81%. So hooray for us. I was very excited about that. At the same time, we got notified by TEA that they were no longer going to accept districts turning in military enlistment numbers. So our predicted number went down because we have no control over how TEA indicates whether a student is military ready or not. They say they're going to rely on the military providing them enlistment. To date, the military has never provided those names.
They won't.
I don't think they ever would, nor should they, because that compromises the security of some of our soldiers. So I don't know how the CA is going to count that. So we just pulled that number out. So this number was higher last time I was here, but that fell down. So, but this number is a predicted number that Torres' team does with the high school. And so that's what we were expecting, not counting military readiness. I'm pretty happy with that number, especially in the sense that we lost a ton of industry-based certification tests in the spring that we could no longer get because COVID shut them all down. And we also lost a ton of kids taking an SAT or a TSI test because, and that's fine. I don't want them to take something they don't need, but we got hurt because colleges waived it and said, we don't have to take it. You take a college ready test if they don't have to. So that's another thing that's been dragging on those numbers.
If a student took, like, let's say someone graduated in the class of 2020 and they took that test for some sort of like CTE endorsement after they graduated, will that class still get credit for that test?
Up until October, I forgot what the day, October 30th, I guess is a snapshot. Yes.
Okay.
So we try to capture some of those numbers even all the way through October 30th. There's actually a cutoff date that's earlier for SAT and that sort, but industry-based certifications is all the way through October. We believe we've captured all of that in that number you're looking at right there.
Thank you.
Just a little bit on the class of 2020. And I left the class of 2021 up here. This number is normally a lot less red at this point. But that is your effect on, we had to cancel entire testing regimen of TSI testing in spring, SAT testing got stopped, ACT testing. We tested a round of in-person kids on TSI just recently, but frankly, virtual students are not interested in coming in to take the TSI test. We invited them, but a lot of them don't need it. So they're not coming in. So this class, we're still struggling to try to find and get those cares. This number will go up quite a bit just because of college prep math and college ELA, prep ELA, which students are in, and those students who pass it will automatically count. So a number won't be like that by the time we get into the spring semester, the next time I'm here. But I am concerned about that number and if there is even a way to entice students to come up and take a college readiness exam. I heard, I was on a call with some higher ed folk and they're planning on waiving the TSI requirement as well. So for those who don't know, the TSI requirement is if you're not college ready and you go to a community college, you have to take remedial math and English, actually university. And I've heard the higher ed board is going to waive that if they haven't already. So now there's no reason for a student to take a TSI test at all if they are already accepted to college or planning on going to a community college. Which is a long way of saying is the accountability system is set up, the districts are going to get dinged by that. So I just fall back on, you know what, what's right for the kid? The kid doesn't need to take tests. I'm not going to force him to come up here and take a test, you know? So that's just kind of where we're at on that. And I think that's what's being said right there. So that's CCMR for now.
Thank you.
Sad so many people cheated and that's why they have removed the military readiness.
Military.
Yeah, they just, yeah.
I just started saying,
They,
other military. They're joining the
well, they
military.
didn't meet anything else. They just put them in that category and
There's
it's,
a district that had, took all their seniors, put them in an auditorium and a military recruiter talked to them. They signed every single one of them and 78% of their population enlisted. See, that's who spoiled it for everybody.
But thank you for not putting emphasis on, like, if, to your point, when you said you're not going to force a student or pressure kids to do things that don't make sense for them.
right.
I really appreciate that because I think sometimes there are area awards we might get, and it's not necessarily an action that's meaningful to the student. It's more of an accolade for the district. So I appreciate that.
You know.
Who needs tech support?
Try and do him.
For
Let's
the,
name it.
College Street,
the College Street.
right there, right below the blue, Henry.
There we go. You ready to open it up? Jessica, are you with us this evening?
Make it where she can use it. We had too many people that were.
Opining.
Phones were.
All right. Hello, Jessica, are you with us this evening?
I am, yes.
All right, I'll do a real quick introduction. We have two new board members tonight. I think you may know them through your volunteer work here in the community, Ms. Shara Turner and Mr. Felix Chavez. What we're going to present tonight, Madam President, is just an update on our 200 College Street project. This is a charge given us by the board and our superintendent to look at the 200 Street College project, meaning the admin building, our portable complexes, some of our older features here on campus. There are no bond dollars allocated or authorized for the work that we're doing or planning to do. It's all M&O. And it'll be phased. And at some point in time, perhaps in the future, there'll be some significant discussions with our stakeholders about more permanent improvements that are going to require more bond dollars. But as we grow our central administration, which has essentially three customer bases, one, our business community and the engagement you will have as board with your public, two, our internal stakeholders, the need for professional development space, and also space to allow some of that staff that are itinerant on the campus to be co-located here. And then you have your support departments like child nutrition your technology department that are going to have some space concerns as we go forward. And you may be aware that one part of this building that we occupy is presently not occupied because it's not safe to be in that building. So we've asked Pfluger to help us, and they've been working on this off and on for the last couple of years, do an analysis, look at phasing in what we can afford to do through some allocated dollars that the board has previously given us. The two takeaways tonight that are really updates are, one, we did a structural analysis on the RHA gym, which is something that we want to try to salvage. And a professional engineering service that works with Pfluger has determined that that building is salvageable, that there is some cost to shoring that structure up. And the goal would be to renovate that to its historic condition. Kind of looks like the old Hoosier gyms that we've seen as in various movies, but also make it a multi-purpose venue for the community, but also professional development, upgrade lighting, upgrade HVAC. There is a demolition project in the works, and then there are some other minor improvements in phase one to include some portable structures, possibly for HR, as well as for relocation of our Little Hippos daycare. There will be a discussion tonight that we want to bring to your attention of an alternative for our HR that we hope to maybe bring you a recommendation in December. But we wanted y'all to have a little bit of information tonight so you could be thinking about some options. Of course, all of this has to travel through our city partners. There's the Historical Commission that has to be involved because we're in the historical district. There's planning and zoning that has to be involved. And there will be some other building officials that will also be involved. Benefit of our two new board members, we had a very positive meeting. It was a joint meeting with the Historical Commission, and they're very excited about what we'd like to do. So with that, I'm going to shut up and I'm going to let Jessica, who is our subject matter expert, really take you through this. Again, there is no action being requested tonight. We do have a couple of things we want to bring to your attention and kind of telegraph a possible discussion and recommendation that we may bring to you in December. Jessica?
All right, thank you, Henry. Thank you, board. And so as Henry had mentioned, this is really just an update to sort of keep you up to date on where we are with the process and get your feedback and your thoughts. If you could go forward one.
All right. Maybe I can. There we go. You got it.
So this is, I'm not going to read all of the small text here, but this is just a plan to get you oriented to the whole site here. You're in the building labeled number 1 right now. And so that's your main admin building, but really this is a pretty big campus with a lot of different buildings on it that were built at various times. Building number 6, of course, is the original school on the campus. And as Henry had mentioned, the gym that we were discussing is building number 7 there, just between 1 and 6. Go forward one. And so in looking at this, of course, you've got a lot of different uses on this site. And we were tasked with a look at sort of a phase 1 of what needs to be done now to make things safe and give you spaces that you need as an administrative campus to house and office the staff here. So the items or the buildings you're seeing in blue are ones that we're proposing to either remove or demolish. So you'll see that the ones that are labeled 11 and 12, those are buildings that can be relocated. 12 are portable buildings and 11 is the old train depot. So those could easily be relocated off-site where the others would be taken down. The 2 buildings that you see here that are in gold are renovation or new work. So the building number 7 is that gym building, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a minute. And then building 13 is additional office space for the administration. And so right now, building 11 is housing HR, but it's not big enough for the needs, and it's not big enough to really bring in sort of the different administrative folks that really want to be housed together. And so the option, as Henry had mentioned, was to do a mobile modular structure in this area, and we'll bring you another option here in a minute that you can look at as well as a second option. go forward.
Jessica, real quick, I'm going to do a little orientation with this site plan. Down here is where our RHA Academy, the DAEP, and our academy students are currently located in a new modular system. This is what I'm pointing to, the current maintenance facility. Once upon a time, for those of you who have been in Hutto for a while, you will remember your transportation facility used to be co-located on this site. With the opening of the new transportation facility in April, we will remove the mechanic shop from this location, clean this up, probably use it temporarily as a surplus storage house. And then back here in the back wings, you have technology, child nutrition. Of course, these portables are little hippos. Whoops. See? How do I go back? Yeah. Sorry about that, Jessica. All right. These are portable buildings that are currently for little hippos. And I think that's going to give you the orientation. And then this white building here is a portable building that houses our 18+ program. Okay. Here you go, Jessica.
Thank you. So I wanted to go in a quick overview of the gym assessment that was performed by Datum Engineers. They'd actually assessed this building as well as the original school about 10 years ago. And so we built off of their assessment then, and they went in and specifically looked at this building with a lot of detail to really look at how can we bring it up to a level of like, let's make this safe and secure and a great building for y'all to use in a multi-purpose manner for years to come. And so it's a building that was built in 1952, so it's coming up on 70 years, and it's got some need for some repairs, but none of them seemed to be out of the realm of possibilities. None of them were too much to recommend going forward with the repairs. So one of the things that they had recommended primarily was there are some column bases along the north wall that need to be shored up. The top of the masonry walls around the perimeter need to be braced. We need to go back and grout and reinforce the masonry walls. And that would be every so often we would do some grouting and reinforcing there. We need to do some regrading just north of the building. And that's really, that has to do with those column bases that you'll see some degradation in. And then sealing cracks in the floor and walls. So really not a whole lot. The building is pretty solid. But you do have expansive soils in this area, so there's a little bit of movement, and so that shoring up is going to make sure that it stays solid for years to come. So we have gotten some estimates on the structural repairs there. Of course, we'll also be looking to go in and make some architectural finish improvements. We'll have to add restrooms, and then also some new, as Henry mentioned, new mechanical equipment and lighting. So it'll be a nice refresh for the building, but it will definitely maintain its historic charm inside. The bleachers will stay put. They'll get they'll have a nice refresh on them as well. So I think it'll be a really nice community building that will speak to the history of this campus's use as an educational campus.
And I should say one of the goals is to bring it back to a state of the history, but not necessarily to all the modern building codes. And the city of Hutto is very interested in working with us. Those old wooden seats would not be ADA appropriate in this day and age. So there's going to have to be some allowances in code and ordinances that allows us to have variances. Now, to be sure, we want to make the building ADA accessible with ADA restrooms. But there are going to be some elements of this building that would not normally be in green build construction that we would do today. Jessica, did I interrupt you? I apologize.
Nope, that was perfect.
Okay, you ready for the next slide?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so moving on to office spaces. So we went out and we walked your administrative campus buildings to see where everybody is situated and how they're all seated, and did a little analysis of the areas that you're occupying, as well as the number of employees that are currently housed in those spaces. And it's definitely reaching capacity, if not exceeding it, in a lot of spaces. And there is a need to have additional staff move to this campus from that they're currently housed where there's available offices on different campuses, different educational campuses, but the goal would be to move them back to this administrative campus. And so in looking at that and basing it on average square footages that we see for officing in commercial officing, we were looking at a new 6,000 square foot building will bring that, that your square footage of officing up to close to 28,000 square feet with the ability to house 110 people. Right now you're at 73, but we know that there are people coming in quickly. And so this would set you up for the next 5 years, possibly 10 years to be able to house all those folks appropriately. It'll also allow you to reorganize some of these folks so that they're officing next to and near the people that they work with day in and day out, rather than where you have an open office. So there'll be a lot of efficiency there as well. And so with that, go forward one. I think
I'll take this one for you, Jessica.
Okay.
Previously, for this fiscal year, the board has allocated 1.3 million for gym project and demolition work, and then about $500,000 for each of those modular units. One being the Little Hippos, which is planned to be relocated to Nadine Johnson, more of an age-appropriate campus where there is facilities that can accommodate in the event of emergencies or safety concerns. Some like-minded, abled personnel, if you will, and kind of clean up, if you will, then one corner of this property. We may still have to retool some of those portables for some of that space nuance that we need, that swing space. So that's currently allocated. And then we charged Jessica and her team to look at, is it plausible to do something with some of the money that's here and maybe do something that's maybe a more permanent option for HR, something that would be more of a commercial. So I'm going to move forward to the next slide and let Jessica get back in this. Go ahead, Jessica.
Okay, so this is an alternative to the mobile modular. And here you're seeing sort of on the bottom right of this picture, that L-shaped building. And this would be a site-built structure. It would of course comply with commercial building codes, but it would appear more residential and have more of a residential feel to it. This is a historic district. And so the idea would be to design something that would be in keeping with some of the more historic homes along the street, as well as the goals and sort of the drive of the historic district. So we worked with them and met with them on the different codes that would be required for this space. And I think that, a building of this size and scale, it would be very appropriate and would have no trouble being built in this area. It would appear to be more of a residential type of a building, but it would certainly be up to all commercial codes. And you'll see here too, this allows, if you would like, that 18+ program modular or portable that you see there kind of on the left-hand side of the photo. It could stay or it could move. So it allows you to build this new structure while leaving that in place. It's also, you're not seeing it here, but that depot building, the train depot, could also remain in place while this is being constructed. So that you wouldn't have to have swing space for the folks that are officing there now.
I might add that there is quite a bit of interest by the Historical Commission in working with the school district and the city and possibly salvaging that old depot. It is a train depot. I was told by one of our historians locally that it was built in the 40s. It would have been the 4th depot, I guess, that the train tracks would have had. And there's some interest in possibly figuring out how we could relocate that, maybe to a park, and house an actual museum. So there's going to be some discussions with the Historical Commission about how that could be utilized. As it is today, it's Lisa's home and her staff. This building will allow us to bring together not only human resources, but also our payroll system under one roof. And they do a lot of collaboration together now. Today they're separate, but this would be an option for us to consider in terms of an improvement.
Yes, and so this, it is a more costly option, of course, than doing the mobile modular, but once it's done, it's done. That's a permanent building that you'll be able to use for many, many years.
And these next slides will be additional phases for which we don't have any allocations, but we wanted to get some cost estimates in front of you so we can keep you updated as to the assessments. So go ahead, Jessica.
Okay. So this one, you'll see the 2 buildings that are labeled 2 and 3. Those are interior renovations, and that really is the bulk of this project. 2, the area that's highlighted in yellow is actually, it's a cafeteria. So that would be updating that so that it could be used for both professional development as well as a finishing kitchen, and have restrooms available. Right now, it does not. So It'll be a refresh there, as well as making that a nice finishing kitchen rather than a true cafeteria type kitchen. Building 3 there is housed right now. Child nutrition and technology are housed there. That would be some minor renovations in there for efficiency and furniture to be able to house more folks in there. The buildings labeled S12 on the right-hand side are portable buildings that could be rehabbed for an expansion to your 18+ program. So moving that over there, we understand that that's a program that's growing and could need some expansion like that. And then the building 12 on the left-hand side of the site, which is currently your 18+ program, you have options there. It could be renovated into more administrative space, or if you're not in need of that at the moment, you could move it someplace else and just remove it from the site. And then finally, and I realize I have the wrong background slide here, so I apologize, but building 4 there in the gold is that bus maintenance facility that Henry had mentioned. And so that would be renovated into possibly a print shop and some air-conditioned storage, which the district has need of. And then the next one. And so these are the cost estimates that are summarized from those other slides. You'll see there are, of course, the 2 options, one with the portables and one with the permanent option for phase 1. And then phase 2 and phase 3 are just summaries from the previous slides.
And to reiterate, phase 1 with portables is currently allocated in the budget. So in order to consider a more permanent solution, we have a deficit of about $1 million to do something that would be more of a permanent solution.
And then this final slide was our ultimate master plan for the site with a replacement administrative building where you see building A, following the footprint of the building that was removed, the original school. So I think that would be your ultimate build out there with some improvements to the buildings behind it, or the buildings C2, B, and 3 would get some improvements as well. But really that would be the ultimate goal. But I think that the improvements that you're making in these first 3 phases would get you quite a ways down the road to housing the staff that you have now and taking care of you well into the future.
Okay. Any questions? Like I said, we'd like to kind of kick around some administrative ideas and maybe bring something back to you all in December for further discussion, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have now. Or
where's the money coming from? I mean, the increased costs.
Yeah.
We'd have to come back with a recommendation to look at fund balance designation.
It would have to be,
it'd have to be completely M&O, right?
Well, there is no authorization for current bond dollars. That is correct. It's M&O money.
Right.
Okay. And that's going to be moving forward, like for phase 2, if we ever decide to go that route.
Yeah, and the beauty of what Jessica has done is she's laid you a roadmap. One thought is, if you remember back during our long-range master facility planning exercise in 2018-19, which led to the bond, there was money in a wish list to do exactly this.
Yeah.
But because we, as a community, and you, and receiving the feedback that you received as a board, elected to pare that bond down to something that everybody felt comfortable for. That was one of those wish list items that got kicked down the road, because we're all about kids first, right? And it was about instructional facilities. It was about facilities to support students. But we do know we have a need to do something in order to better house your business leadership, your support departments. And when you look at this master plan, one, we want to do something in the neighborhood that kind of helps the city along as well with the historical elements, and let's do something we can be proud of. 2, this is a historic piece of property because this is where it all started in Hutto, right? Albeit there were other school sites, including during the times of segregation, African-American schools that were in the community. But if we could come back in here and create a new sort of plan to serve our front of the house customers, as I like to say, with a new boardroom and how we engage the administration and our community, and our back of the house customers, meaning our teachers and staff who come for professional development. And we have these other support buildings, and stage this and phase this and figure out how the funding is going to work. This is probably a 10-year project as we go along. It may make its way back into a bond discussion in 2 or 3 years when we start having that discussion as well. But if we can nibble a little bit at a time and we're reasonable with it, and depending on your comfort level as far as funding from M&O, I think we can make great strides to accommodate. Right now, Dr. Samani, how many of your central staff are actually housed on campuses? Is it 6?
It's more than that.
It is. That's something that's important to us, is to get that collaboration back under the same roof, even though they're itinerants and they do support the campuses. So that's just an example of the need. And then there's some convoluted spaces over here that could be not very expensively addressed. It's just a matter of how we've occupied the space. Well, if we move some walls, get some different furniture, we can probably do this on a shoestring budget, a lot of it. But some of these are going to be big ticket items. There's just no question about it.
That grand total, especially considering that it would be coming from M&O, and considering the timeline would probably be years, as you said, that's a grand total on today's cost, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah, you can put an escalation. Jessica, what do you think escalation is running these days? 8%, 8.5%?
Annually?
I think in the last couple of years, Austin has seen that, but over a 10-year period, it's usually about 3 to 3.5% in the year.
Okay.
But the last few years, absolutely. Yep.
But the point is, there will be some price differentials. Yeah. Jessica has worked really hard with some contractors to kind of give you the estimate for the current project that has the partial funding. And if we decide to come back with a recommendation for a more permanent solution, we feel pretty good about those numbers.
Gotcha. Is Glenn behind the tree over there? Is Glenn over there?
He's hiding.
Oh, okay. So are there still talk about the state mandating us to spend our fund balance down?
There's nothing right now.
Now, okay.
Anyhow, we just wanted to bring this up to you first, so you can think about it, and then hopefully bring an action item in December.
So the 13, the T-shaped building, that's the difference. It's like, it's 2.3 if we do it with portables, and it's 3.3 if we do it with permanent.
The difference, that 1,090,000, it would be for just that permanent structure.
If we do it permanent. If you do it with modular buildings, it drops it.
Then we estimate $500,000 plus permitting and, temporary parking and that kind of stuff.
What's the life expectancy of a modular building versus something more permanent?
Well, if we maintain, portable buildings, they can last a long time. You had some old units in the district when I got here, and you do have some new ones as well. But, conservatively speaking, I think you could get 10 years of life out of it. The question, I guess, for us as administrators, as we recommend things to you, I know it's a conservative board and we want to be conservative as well. Are we throwing money away? Is it better money spent to go ahead and, wrestle with a more permanent solution? Based on Jessica's analysis and the plans that she's worked on, the location is a great location for a permanent structure. It means we wouldn't have to touch that property going forward. We can focus then on these other projects that are there, because we don't have a lot of green space to just go out and drop something new, right? We're going to depend on the demo work that's going to happen on College Street. But that's kind of what we're mulling over as far as possibly bringing y'all some kind of recommendation, but we wanted you to have an opportunity to kind of chew on it early, if you will.
Yeah, we do need to do something about human resources. They're out of space. When you stop and think about all the people that we hire, and that's the first building that they visit.
Yeah.
It's not a true representation of who we are.
Yeah.
That depot would make a great museum for the city. The Historical Commission really wants their hands on that. And turn it into a Hutto museum. It gives us an opportunity to do something with that space and really dress up human resources.
I just struggle with, we set our tax rate for maintenance operation based off of, this is what we say we need to maintain and operate our schools with. And, now we're building buildings with it. Yeah. But you're right, it needs to be done.
It's an allowable expense and we won't.
Oh, I'm not saying it's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying that's, you know, we keep our tax rate at this rate because we say that's what we need to run our schools. And really now we're doing construction with it too.
So let me ask, the historical community, would they provide any funds for taking that? It's a grant, a gift to them.
They just want it.
Frankly, and I don't want to hold the city, what we probably will see is a conveyance and a partnership and a value of our donation that would go with grant dollars so that it can be relocated and then rehabilitated. And they would depend on us for that. Now, if we don't play with the city, then either we have to demo it, which there is some asbestos to the building, but it's not very expensive to abate. We could sell it. I don't know who would, you know, how many buyers you would have, but you would have an obligation as a board to declare you don't have a public use for it anymore. Then we'd have to go through the surplus process. But there is very much an interest in trying to save that old building. And then I can't remember, Todd, what's the name of our historian, the gentleman that serves? He would love to have that so he can begin to set up his museum. And he has probably, you know, 2 or 3 rooms full of museum quality stuff that he'd like to donate. So I think it'd be a good partnership. But again, that's all going to have to come through your decision making.
If we donate it, are they responsible for paying to move it?
Mm-hmm. Don't get me wrong, I don't think it's the wrong thing to do. I struggle with that aspect of it, you know, and especially when you look at the overall, you know, picture. Are we really going to take $5 million out of, you know, I know this year it's only, you know, 1, but over the long span of the project, it's a $5 million project that we're going to eat out of M&O.
Yes, sir. Yeah, because those future pots would be discussions we'd have to bring with you through the normal budget approval process. And we tackle, we're kind of just laying out a scenario.
Yeah.
Phase 1 we want to work on. It may be that we have to just, okay, we live with the portables and that's what we get. That's fine. We just wanted to make sure you had enough information to give that some consideration. But depending on when we do phase 2 and phase 3, that's all going to be dependent on the funding aspect.
Henry, could we, if we did this as part of our next bond package and we still had a favorable rate environment, I mean, who knows what it's going to look like in a couple of years, but have we considered the kind of the discuss, because that's a very valid point that Philip made, is M&O, right? The optic of using M&O for new building, even though it is an allowable expense. Is there any discussion, or has there been any discussion about this possibly being the entire site, instead of doing a lot of the, I don't want to call it VE because it's not really VE, but instead of doing some of these portables and other things, if we were to up that number to where this is a permanent, these are all permanent facilities and they look great and they're bond funded in a favorable rate environment only, can we do the math on how that works out for the district? What would be the best for the taxpayers? Because that's a big chunk of M&O. That's a big chunk of M&O, and it's not going to be that number. It's going to be higher. I'm just curious about if we still have that great bond climate.
Right. And these are only 3 phases.
We consider that.
What's not in here, go back. Can we go to that last list? That overall $5 million approach doesn't cover this 2-story building.
I got you.
Right. You may remember from our long-range master facility planning, I had just come off of a similar project in my former district where we rehabilitated an elementary school. 82,000 square feet of rehabilitated space, plus an additional 15 or 20,000 feet of new for nothing more than the central administration, the same kind of silos that are here, plus our version of RHA over in Bernie that we have here. That was a $16 million project we did for about 10 million. I would estimate that we're probably, that 2-story, if we had the money today, that's another $10 million project right there on that property. So that obviously can't continue to be nickel and dimed out of the M&O. We're going to have to go back to the voters and have a conversation. What can we afford to house these support systems and can best represent our community? So long term, it's a big chunk. These are just little fixes. Right?
Remind me again, if we were to build a 2-story structure for 10 million, what's going to be housed out of there? I know, of course, admin and LT. Were y'all planning to put HR back in that building?
No.
Leave them?
And again, we were just kind of wish listing some ideas. And likely that 2-story building, since it faces the college street and it faces the business community, is where your senior administration would be located, your new boardroom would be located, your business office would be located there. Then and again, I don't think those decisions are finite, right? They're just some ideas. Then I don't like to use the term backup house because it's just as important, but your curriculum and support departments would continue to grow and expand into here and to this existing building, because this becomes a great venue in here to be rehabilitated for professional development. So you still need that HR.
I just wanted to make sure that we weren't going to build a HR building in 5 years, put them in the 2-story.
No. I think this becomes kind of the ideal standalone setting with future parking, because this becomes the intake of new employees, the recruitment. And it's kind of a separate function from the business office, if you will. But again, what we're looking at are some minor, although expensive M&O improvements to kind of buy us some time so we can get to that point where we have that conversation with the community.
So
it will be expensive.
If we have cost savings off of our projects or our bonds worded loosely enough to where we can tackle some of these other things too?
That's a Glenn question. I think our bond advisors probably have to give us a little bit of clarification on that, because you do have the interest that's being earned, and then there may potentially be some savings.
Yeah, I think, as far as that's concerned, if we had any bond dollars left over after all the other projects are done, that's a renovation. And the wording in the ballot was that we would use dollars for renovated. And this would be a renovated project. So, yeah, I see no reason why we couldn't utilize those dollars.
And I get what you're saying, Mr. Owens. I would not stand before you to recommend a fix only to then turn around later on.
I want to make sure,
Okay, why'd we do that?
Yeah.
I think Jessica's team and her analysis kind of came up with an option that gets us some square footage if we bring a recommendation and y'all agree. Otherwise, it's going to be portables that are sitting there.
Yeah.
And again, I think we want to be mindful of your duty and fiduciary responsibility, and also the taxpayer. We respect that. We're just trying to look for some options, to get us going forward.
I think the conversation is going to be really about the talking to the community and the voters about why administration, common space, historical space is valuable, and why it matters to the success of the students in the district. That's a hard conversation to have, because it's harder to connect that to student success when it's not happening directly in the classroom.
Sure.
But it's still a very valid conversation that I think needs to happen. And I appreciate you mentioning that, because we need to be able to articulate why it matters. And these, as I said, if we can convince the vote, if we decide we're going to go in that direction, and then we convince the voters to go in that direction, then we'll have a much more permanent, viable, long-term, nicer central admin area. That again, when you have that support, when you have that environment, our folks on the ground are supported in a better way, and ultimately that impacts the student. So that'll be a conversation that I think we definitely are going to have as a board and with the community.
I think professional development space in itself is hard to find. And if you go to a campus, some of the larger spaces are libraries, and do we want to shut down our libraries? Like, students can't access that space. Even at the transportation complex, there was intention to put PD space there, which had to be,
On the second floor. It was
Scaled back
back a
some.
little bit, but it's still there.
yeah.
Now, in the future for the cafeteria renovations, that's going to be to support River Horse and 18+.
Well, really, it's intended to be a catering venue, obviously to serve our kids.
Right.
It's a PD venue. We'll go in and rehab it. We got to get some restrooms in there because right now, if you meet in there, you got to walk through the kitchen to go to the restroom. So there's no ADA accessibility there. But I'd like to turn that into a multi-purpose space that serves our kids breakfast and lunch that are going to access it from the cafeteria. It's more of a finished kitchen for catering, but then take out that old stage, new paint, new carpet, new furniture, and then it can be multi-purpose.
Okay.
We can turn around after lunch and get ready for in the afternoon. And it's not wasted because this building is a pretty solid building, this section of new construction, and it could be rehabbed in place. For the benefit of our two new board members, we don't occupy that old building and it's unsafe. At some point in time, and when I say unsafe, it's not dangerous from the outside, but if you can't house people in there anymore.
You should say we don't occupy it with humans.
Yeah. And we walk the historical commission through just to let them see and get a sense of it. But we got to do something with it. It may be that we can only afford to take it down and clean up that property and just wait till we have this dialogue later on down the road with our voters. But it is not space that we can rehabilitate. We've lost the foundation.
Yeah.
We've lost the infrastructure. The plumbing is, you're just not gonna be able to use the sewer. It's just not a work worth doing at the expense of trying to salvage it.
And once the gym is renovated, it'll be an income base. We can rent it out.
Yeah.
And make a little money off of it too.
Yeah, the city has approached us about doing PM, basketball groups and rec programs.
Thank you, Henry.
Okay.
Thank you, Jessica.
Jessica, thank you.
All right, you can go to sleep now. Thank you so much.
Good night. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
To you, Jessica.
Okay, Mr. Graham, you're up.
Thank you so much, Henry. Good job.
All right. Good evening, late evening, board. Tonight I'll be presenting to you the month of October financial report. That's it. And of course, since we have some new members, any questions, please stop me. And financial reports, what are basically provide is a statement of income and revenues, and then I'll have some narrative, and then I go through the investment reports and tax collections. So we'll get started with the general fund. Again, as I mentioned, this is general fund through October 31st. It shows revenues and expenditures, the difference of the two. In school finance, basically are two main revenue sources are state aid and property taxes. And those usually, state aid starts flowing in September, but property taxes really don't start coming in until November, December. We do collect current taxes in October. So you can see where we did collect $1 million for October, or year to date we have. But we have revenues of 18 million currently and expenditures of 20 million. So at the current time through October, we have a $2.2 million deficit. Of course, that will reverse itself. Eventually, we'll start collecting more revenues than we've had expenditures. We are currently on pace. On our expenditure side, the only thing I'm a little concerned with right now are revenues, and not so much state aid and not so much property taxes. I won't get a good feel on property taxes. There may be less collections this year, but we're usually right at 100%, and I budget at 96%. So there's some cushion in there. I'm not too concerned about that. I'm just a little concerned right now on other local revenues, which includes interest revenues, which our interest rates are basically zero. Athletic gate receipts, which we basically have no athletic gate receipts. A big chunk, bus charters that we do during the summer for UT, that may not even happen. Also for the UT football team. So there's a lot of things that, and I reduced those estimates this year, obviously. I didn't really anticipate this prolonged of a pandemic. And so we're having a little bit of hit. Now, obviously, Dr. Thomas mentioned you earlier that we are having other funding sources. We did just receive $800,000 from Wilco. So that'll offset some of that, but it's really offsetting the additional expenditures that we have for all the PPE and the other equipment that we're purchasing for this pandemic. So other local revenues is about $1.8 million. That's about what we collect every year. And so just to let you know that to date, we've collected about $350,000 of that. We're on pace to collect about $1 million of the $1.8 million. Now, that could change. You know, there could be more stimulus monies. There could be more resources that we've come in. We've been, as Dr. Thomas mentioned, there's been a new source that came out yesterday. So hopefully it'll make up the difference, but I just wanted to point that out. Any questions on the general fund? Okay, we'll go to debt service. Oh, I'm sorry. This is general fund and it's broken down in a little more detail. The first page is broken down by function because that is what the budget that the board adopts. This breaks it down by function and object, which basically means it breaks it down by the 4 categories or 5 main categories: payroll costs, contracted services, supplies and materials, miscellaneous or other operating costs, and capital outlay. And so this report breaks it down a little further. But once you get to the end of the report, it basically is the same amount as the first page. Again, we've had 80, I'm sorry, go back one more. To date, we've had 20.2 million in expenditures and 18 million in revenue. Okay, we'll go on to the debt service fund. Currently, we have a deficit of 9.9 million, but again, it's the same thing. We'll start collecting property taxes very soon. And we've budgeted accordingly to make sure we meet our debt obligations. And so by the end of the year, we will use some fund balance, but that has been anticipated to meet our debt obligations. And but to date, we've only earned about $500,000, and we had a little over a $10 million debt obligation payment in August. So we have our payment up front, but then we've also had fund balance to cover that, and we'll collect property taxes as the year goes to offset that deficit. Okay, food service. And again, this has kind of been a concern for the year. It still is. One thing I do want to point out, I put in the narrative, TDA was holding up some of our reimbursements. And so we anticipate within the next week or so, having about 200,000 come in for federal reimbursements. So even though this deficit is showing $400,000 deficit, we're really only at a $200,000 deficit only. But as I've mentioned, we anticipate a deficit in this fund at the end of the year, and it looks like we'll transfer some in from the general fund. There's been some questions as to, there's been neighboring districts that have been providing free breakfast and lunch. The question is, why aren't we doing that? Well, the main line is the fact that we don't qualify for a lot of that because our free and reduced numbers are not high enough. In order to qualify for the free lunch and breakfast, your free and reduced numbers have to be above 40%, and we're not there. And I believe at the earlier in the year, we were at 34, 35%. And then we got on that drive and we've really got a lot of applications in, but not enough to get over 40%. So the districts that are paying for those free breakfast and lunches is because they're economically disadvantaged. The percentage is above 40%.
Where do they get that? I mean, can they change in mid-year and fill out another form for free and reduced loans if they get laid off?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can always come in and fill out.
I mean, it's based off your income like right now, right? It's not going off last
If
year.
there's a material change, then yes, you can all of a sudden fall into that qualification.
I mean, are we kind of publicizing that? Because I was looking at the disparity in campuses and it's a pretty big disparity of, you know, where some of them were like almost 30% and some of them are 40 something, you know, and I didn't know if, you know, we're kind of sending that out to say, hey, you know, if your job status has changed, you know, you could be entitled to, you know, you need to fill out another form or whatever.
We have been beating the.
Okay. That's all I need.
Yeah, and making personal calls, especially to families who qualified last year and did not fill out the application. But we've had a really hard time getting a response, especially from families who are virtual.
Yeah.
Is that something that we could get flyers for and provide as a resource through the Hutto Resource Center? Because, I mean, I'm guessing that not all of those clients have filled out that paperwork, and that's probably your target audience, those that have children.
Yeah, we could probably get you some, Kelsey created some really nice flyers in English and in Spanish. Well, Blanca Parsons translated it for us, but Cassie did a really nice job with the design, so we can get those printed and get some over there.
Do some morning at the beginning of the school year that we had for the food pantry?
Yeah, yes, but we don't have people coming in person, so we would have to do another concerted effort to distribute that. And I think that perhaps now several months have passed, there may be some people who have had changes in employment and they're getting additional resources from us that they may not connect the two and think I could also get assistance at the school level too.
Are y'all, when people drive up, are they just getting bags now?
Everything's prepackaged. Yeah, we don't do it the old way anymore. Yeah.
No, I mean, the old way, when we would pre-box things and just give them to people that's back to that.
Yes.
So we could just stick those flyers in a box.
Yeah, we could.
How big is the application or how long is it?
It's 2 pages usually.
But it's online too, right?
What conversations are we having about what next year looks like or what the future looks like? So as food service is changing.
Well, we go out for bid this year. So we'll be having lots of conversations with our food service management company. When we go through that process, that's something that we will definitely address. You know, our contract ends this year. We were locked in. As far as, you know, what we pay, we really pay everything. We pay, you know, most of the cafeteria employees are district, not Sodexo employees. So we pay their salaries, we pay for the food, pay for the utilities. So really, basically we pay for everything. And then on top of that is a management fee that we pay Sodexo, but it's based on total sales. And so they're obviously not earning as much this year. We're not having those sales. So that's what's tied into that. But we'll negotiate those management fee rates as our new contract starts. We'll start that RFP here in the next couple of months.
So who like looks at the way we're serving or the things we're serving? You know what I mean? If we're paying them a management fee to manage the food nutrition, who's looking at, okay, what should we be doing differently inside of our?
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is that they get paid based on how many meals they serve. So really, that's an internal control. Is if you want to earn more money, you better find out a way to get those meals very attractive to those kids.
But I feel like that if that's true, then like, why aren't they doing that this year then? Why are we?
So are we in charge of the application or are they in charge of that?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm not talking about the application.
Well, I'm just saying like who fills it out? Do we have to give it to them or is it something? So
it's a concerted effort. It's really, you know, we do our part and they do everything that they can to do that as well.
I guess what I'm thinking in my mind is what if they don't make it attractive and we still have all these costs that you just named, but we're still not selling as many meals, so.
Well, it's a fair question. It's maybe considered an unfair environment. Sodexo is guaranteed a profit. They have guaranteed it. Obviously, since this has happened, we've come to an agreement to where we're not going to hold that to them because it's just not there. But we've always turned a profit every year other than this one. And I again, I understand that what you're saying, not making near as much money on this operation as they have in the past. Obviously, we're losing money, but I'm not sure at this stage of the game, if it was first year of the contract or if then I would say our hands aren't so much tied, but we really literally have just a few more months in this. And your concerns are exactly what we're going to address in the future. I was talking to Caleb today. I said, somewhere in there's going to be a provision that if there's some sort of natural phenomena that happens, that we may come back to the negotiation table. And that's something that we'll try to put in that contract. TDA really does regulate a lot of what's in your contract, what has to be there and what needs to be, but there are some provisions that we can add.
How many vendors are we looking at?
Well, we haven't opened that up yet. There's several across the state. I've been contacted by about 4 to date, but I haven't started any communication with anyone at this time.
I've blocked all their emails.
They know
your
contract's up.
They're persistent.
They're persistent to get, but I think to.
Next date.
Yeah, but I think to answer was Judah's question, prior to COVID, I know Anna really, I thought, went far beyond the call of duty with trying to reach out to kids. She had tasting rooms, she had tasting opportunities and brought the kids in little focus groups to give feedback. She hosts, they have a lot of little mini events on the different campuses. The cafeteria managers dress up and they have theme days. I do think they try to connect with the campuses.
I'm not questioning that by any means. I'm not saying Sodexo's done a bad job. What I'm saying is, what
are they going to do to step up to the plate, right?
And we still have all those expenses that he just said.
Yeah.
I think to Billy's point too, I mean, lots of elements of the work that we do, we've had to pivot and make changes. And I think it's how can we support them to make appropriate changes to meet the needs that we currently have? Is that kind of what you were?
But we will, like I said, we'll definitely keep this in mind as we enter into our new contract phase. Also, what I'm basically doing is whatever money you transfer in, it will basically show on the books as a loan, a due to and due from. So I'll transfer money from general fund, but it'll book as a due from food service. And so as the years go on, if we get back to a normal operation,
that's good.
A little bit every year, I'll put back into the general fund. So that's just something that we'll do.
Because they limited us on the amount we can have in fund balance, right?
So the fact of the matter is that we'll have that. So if we do have a lot of surplus,
right,
then we'll just pay back the loan.
Good job.
So.
Can we charge them interest?
That's off the agenda.
We're charging ourselves the interest.
No, but just looking at options in that food service account, they're gonna have to get creative too.
And I think something else to consider is that if we're saying that, I'm guessing, I don't know for this to be true, but my guess is a large percentage of those sales are families who are on free and reduced lunch. We want to provide them also with a quality experience. So.
And again, it's an unusual year. And I would say that, as Dr. Thomas reiterated, I believe Sodexo's done a really good job for us. I've really not heard many complaints, but maybe my ear's not.
Well, again, I was not asking those questions to complain about Sodexo.
No,
I'm not saying that they have done a bad job. What I'm saying is they're not doing the same job that they were doing. We are in a deficit in this balance. So what are we doing looking ahead to not be in the same place. Whether Sodexo is doing a great job or not, we still have to say what happens next year.
And through the RFP process, that's something that we're definitely going to throw out there. If this pandemic continues in the future years, what's your game plan?
And I think one of the things that they have done, I know as far as personnel, despite the fact that we continue to lose cafeteria personnel, they adjust and they make do with the people that they have. So we've definitely, I couldn't tell you exactly how many positions we haven't filled this year, but they are operating with not necessarily skeleton crews, but because they have fewer.
Reduce staff.
Yeah, definitely reduce staff on all of the campuses, obviously, because they're not serving kids. So they're helping us save in those personnel costs.
So where does the dividing line, the cafeteria manager, Sodexo, and
Yeah,
everything under that is?
They have 3 staff members with us, Anna, the director,
Uh-huh.
Julie Blaylock, the assistant, and then Ehiel Valentin, who's the head chef.
So those
are the
cafeteria managers are
our school employees as well.
Employees, yes.
So they just kind of set the menus and say, this is what you'll cook, and then.
Because they manage that inventory and that comes in. I know during the summer feeding, Anna manages all of that inventory that comes in.
I didn't know if the managers were us or them.
And we still have open where the juniors and seniors can go off campus.
Yes, and that's been a huge piece. I know they've lost revenue at the high school because.
Wendy's and Popeyes.
Pardon me?
Wendy's and Popeyes.
Wendy's and Popeyes and Circle K. And even Walgreens to some extent, they wiped them out of all their, yeah.
Henry.
Oh, CVS.
Are some of the plans on the high school renovations is to expand the cafeteria?
No.
This cafeteria, no.
No, okay.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that high school renovations project is purely fine arts, athletics, and CTE.
But we'll alleviate some of that once ninth grade center opens up.
But I mean, let's face it, we only have 60-something% of the kids in person.
And it's slightly a little less at the high school because we do have more virtual learners at the high school.
Any more questions?
Sorry, we got derailed on you.
Oh, sorry.
No, I had actually told him, I said, we're probably going to have some discussion about school nutrition fund.
Okay, move on. And the narrative, oh, it's not there.
It's a good one.
What happened?
I'm not sure.
It's in board book though.
It is in board book?
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
There it is.
Oh, maybe I didn't put it in.
That's investment reports.
It's not in mine.
It's not in mine either.
What are you looking for?
It's in
The
mine.
narrative.
Narrative?
Narrative is basically a summary of everything I just mentioned. For
In Word format.
Oh, you're right. It's not. I thought I read it.
If I could see it.
You're good.
I'm sure that's my error first, but anyway. About the only thing in the narrative, again, the only thing that is the Federal Open Market Committee had not issued, this is about the first time since this all started that they did not issue a statement for the last month. But so I'm just going to let you know, as far as the feds are concerned, they're not really going to do much as far as interest rates. So as Dr. Thomas mentioned, we prolonged the sale of the bonds for another week. Taxpayers have an opportunity to purchase some of that. So we don't anticipate a big change in the market. The investment report, there's 2 different reports. The first report shows you, both reports show cash on hand. But the first report shows you where it's invested in which pools. And so it's broken down. Right now, there's really not much investment opportunities out there. And right now, because we haven't collected a whole lot of funds, we don't have the opportunities to really ladder out a whole bunch. So they're all pretty much in liquid investments. And then the next page shows you how it's broken down by fund. So the general fund has a little over 33 million, debt service fund 10. You can see where the food service fund is dwindling. So we have about 237,000 at the end of October. Construction fund 50.7, and activity funds a little over $1 million. Okay, and then a tax collection report. This is basically just a summary of our tax collections. We just started collecting current tax collections in October. There's a lag time. What this report shows is basically what the county has received. The statement of income and revenue shows what we've actually received in our ledger or our bank. So at the end of each month, there's usually 2 or 3 days of lag time where the county has collected the money, but it hasn't been sent to us yet. That's why you always see a little bit of a discrepancy. This report will always have a little bit more money reported than the statement of income and or revenues and expenditures. But, as for now, it's a little early to kind of tell what tax collections are for the year. That's my report for the month. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Crowe.
We have the consent agenda next. Do you all need a break right now or? I do need to go to the ladies' room. Okay.
5 minutes?
A break.
5.
I think everyone needs a break. Oh, my gosh, my legs.
Okay, unmute.
Okay, we are going to discuss next the consent agenda. Somebody want to pull something off of that? I think I heard. Was I wrong?
I just said I was ready.
Okay. So take a few minutes to look that over and let me know when you're ready and.
While you guys are looking at that, Linda, I just want to make a notation. I'm not able to indicate that Connie is not voting on this one. So.
Okay.
The only option that makes sense is abstaining without conflict, just for the record. Okay.
Won't be able to, I have to deactivate her, so.
Okay.
How do I do that to her today?
Oh, actually, you know what? I can counter absent now and it should remove her from that item. Let me do that. Yes, that worked.
Okay.
Sorry.
Perfect.
Billy,
Mhm.
I'm a little hippo.
I know, our hippos.
Where my little hippos at?
You put them out and they walk away.
No tech.
Or click the raise your hand when you're ready.
Can you see?
Mhm. Raise your hand.
So bossy.
Thank you to those of you who followed directions and clicked raise your hand.
Oh,
Everyone else who is ready, is
oh,
there a motion?
Yes, I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Motion made by Ms. Hubbard. Is there a second?
second.
Second by Mr. Boutwell. All in favor?
Raise your actual hand.
Motion passes.
You lower your hand. Oh, it's gone now.
Okay, up next is, I'm assuming, Mr. Cardwell.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, board members, and welcome new board members. Thank you all for staying late for this. So tonight, we are introducing schematic design. Our board members last month got to have a little sneak preview of this, and Tim and his team have been working pretty hard at it. We're at the schematic design phase. Actually, I'll bet they're into the DD design part of it, just because this is a fast-paced project. But so we wanted to present the SDs to you tonight and allow you to approve them.
I need that so I can, it's
Okay.
not presenting. to
Sorry.
the Cyber world.
So tonight, they're going to show you what they've got so far, or where we're at with the SDs, and so that we can keep moving forward with this project. I'm not sure, so we're looking at, I don't know if Tim's going to cover this, but I just want to bring it to your attention, looking at coming to y'all with two different DMP packages, one in January, one in February. The one in January, we'll get a lot of the dirt work going and some demo. And then the one in February we'll finish out the project. So just be aware of that we'll be coming to you with those. I'll put those on my looking ahead piece of the construction updates. With that being said, I'm going to introduce Tim Coons with VLK Architects to show you the presentation on our SD drawings of this Memorial Stadium.
Tim, if you don't mind, introduce our guests that are with us as well.
Sure, absolutely. Brandon, thank you. Members of the board, again, my name is Tim Coons. For those of you that haven't had a chance to meet yet, I'm principal with VLK Architects.
And we've had the privilege to work with Hutto ISD on this really amazing project. Along with me is my associate, Josh Sawyer. Josh is leading the design effort on the project. And then we have a representative from Joris Contractors, Burton Hackney. And so when we get into some of the scheduling towards the end of the presentation, if any of you guys have any questions for me or for Joris, we're here to answer any questions you may have. You know, I had the opportunity before we get started and dive right into the drawings to join Henry, Coach LaPlante, Todd Robinson for a quick radio show and talk a little bit about this project and what it means to VLK and what I know what it means to the community. But I'll just say, you know, when we first were awarded the project, I always saw this stadium as an icon in this town, in this city, and it very much is. It stands out. And so we really wanted to capture that, the presence of where the stadium sits today, and capture as well some of the historical elements of Hutto. And so Josh is gonna, once we get into the design, talk a little bit more about that. So just a quick overview. Most of you probably are aware of the project. You were involved in the bond planning stages. Just a quick overview of what we're doing to the stadium. Right now, the stadium seats about 7,000, has a 7,000 capacity for seating, and we're looking to upgrade that to 10,000. Along with that, we're also looking to upgrade the concessions and restrooms. Once you increase the size of the capacity of the stadium, obviously the restrooms have to be increased. And so there's some significant impact once you increase the size. We're looking at a new multi-level press box, and so we're really excited to show you that this evening and the presence of what that's going to mean coming from the high school and as you approach the new stadium. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Josh here. Just as we go through this, we'll get again into the schedule a little bit further along, and we're glad again to be able to partner with Joris and Hutto ISD on this project together. Here we go.
We're going to start looking at design at a very high level. So we'll start with the site plan and talk a little bit about the features that will be there as it relates to the stadium, but also the context related to the high school itself. And then we'll kind of dive in deeper as we go and get a closer look at some of the more intimate elements, the floor plans, the design of the press box, and some of the design elements that we've created around the site. When we start with the floor plan, or with the site plan, I want to first note that it is turned. North is to your right, and it's turned just for the viewing of this. So don't get confused if I say north and we talk about plan north and on the plans here. The stadium itself and its location is where it's going to remain, and we know that. But the big part of it that's going to be occurring is around the stadium itself, as it relates to the seating, both on the home side and the visitor side. In addition to some of the facilities that will be located around the stadium. We're looking particularly at concessions and restroom facilities as well as field house for the visiting team, but also taking into thought and context the idea of how this site can flow overall as it relates to its connection to the high school. The press box will be located at the center of the field on the north side of this plan, on the north side of the field, with the main portion of that coming in from the parking. So your home parking is going to occur on the north side of the stadium. Visitor parking on the south. It's pretty well split right now, and the parking counts are working pretty well. We're working with the city to determine what those ultimate parking counts will need to be as we progress through this project as well as into the future project with the high school. From the home side, what you'll do is come into the site and park in those major parking lots there, and then progress into the stadium through a new entry sequence that will occur across the drainage easement that's going through the site. That'll be widened from what is there today to help provide more opportunity for people to come across in a more open environment, but also creating an opportunity to connect more to the parking and that experience of when you arrive onto the site itself. When you're parking, you want to be able to get to that right of way or to that pathway into the stadium in a very pleasant way, and then also progress into the stadium in a very nice way. really this atmosphere that you want to create, that the moment you arrive to the site, that you're actually experiencing the football game as you're going in. And we'll talk a little bit more about how that relates to the high school and the participants as well. But from a fan spectator standpoint, that's where that will occur. Along the north side of the bleachers on the home side is going to be some additional improvements needed for fire access. Those are going to help to meet the codes that are required for the press box. And this is any press box, regardless of what size we're talking about, whether it's 1-story or 2-story. But that entry plaza will morph into what's considered a fire lane and fire apparatus area for the press box. So it'll flow in a way that will allow people to progress around the site, but also tie into the overall context of what's happening, landscaping, hardscape, lighting, all those things that are occurring around the site as well. One thing of note as we talk further into plans is there was a lot of considerations to the softball and baseball fields and how those proximity to the stadium could be used on the facilities that are being designed. When we talk about the buildings to the south, particularly the visitors area, we're talking about some shared use opportunities to provide access to softball and baseball, whether it be ticketing, concessions, restrooms, so that you're not duplicating those facilities anywhere else on the site. So you're taking advantage of what the stadium will provide to help provide services for your other sports. So the visitors side, not a whole lot of change there. Really, the expansion of the bleachers will occur. We'll keep the existing bleachers in place and we'll expand those to meet 4,500 spectators on the visitor side, and then the 5,500 on the home side, which will make up the 10,000 seats that we're talking about. Thing of note is we zoom in a little bit. I'll make note of this connection that goes back to the high school. There's a particular element that we wanted to incorporate as it relates to the site plan, knowing that the school district or the stadium itself is a memorial stadium, paying homage to the memorial aspect of what it is, but also providing an opportunity to access back to the high school. If you noticed in the site plan, there was this walk was going straight back to the band hall in its current location. There's some opportunity there to connect what would be the fine arts programs, junior ROTC programs from the campus onto the site and a participant type of level. There is some separation. We'll talk a little bit about what that looks like here in a minute. There's some separation between the existing facilities that you have now and what will be the spectator area. And through that separation will be this memorial walk. The idea is that the band will be able to stage in the band hall, get on the memorial walk and progress into the stadium, whether it be a march in, arrival to the site, and create a grand entrance into the stadium at that location, as well as your ROTC folks. But really paying homage to the memorial aspect of the stadium and what that can provide, whether that's through the walk itself and the plaques or memorial pavers, whatever you may want to do in the future. But additionally, the movement of the memorial dedication wall that's located with the current concession stands up against that walk, and as well as adding the flags at that location. And you'll see some images of what that looks like, but that's our first kind of big move at a site level of how we're trying to bring some of the design elements into the stadium that kind of pay tribute to what you guys are doing here in the community. As we look around the site, the existing home field house is located here on this northwest portion of this plan. The plan at this point is to remove majority of the buildings that are in that central location. That would be your existing concessions and restroom buildings. There is one building that will need to remain because it has some of the infrastructure for the stadium located in it. And that's that one building that you're seeing right there in the middle. We'll find new functions for that particular building and how it can be used. But the plan right now is to leave it in place because it has a major impact on what happens with the overall site. The new building that'll come in is here to the southeast or southwest on this plan. That's going to be a new visitor's house. Your current visitors dress in the existing high school. We're trying to get them out to the field. So there'll be a new visitors field house that'll complement both teams on the site. The home will remain at home and the visitors will come down here. Your restroom and concession facilities for all of your visitors will occur at that south side. That's actually purposeful in the sense that we're looking at how we can mitigate some of the costs that would be done by putting buildings all over the site. So our visitor side is relegated there, and then we're working with the city on some strategies as it relates to plumbing fixtures and things like that for the site overall. So we've left this pad up here in the northwest corner of the site, which would be the southeast on this plan, to provide opportunity for a future building to come in if needed. But at this time, it's not needed for what we're trying to do. When we look at the other rest of the north side, you've got the major portion of the bleachers sit here. There's a reserve section that will be in the middle, and that'll have some additional seating opportunities, either through seat backs or bench backs for a reserve section of the seating. It's about 1,300 seats of the 5,500 seats that we're providing. With everything flanking that as a standard seat size for the remainder of the stadium that will sit the 5,500. To the left of that is going to be a small concession and restroom. One of the things that we're really working with on the bleachers and how it relates to the press box is the amount of space that we have between the drainage area as well as the existing football field. And so what you can see is that the bleachers themselves are rather wide. They're wider than what you would typically have, and they don't go as high as what you would typically see in a bleacher stack. And that's primarily due to the fact that we're trying to work within a smaller area. So it'll create a unique opportunity as it relates to the views and the intimacy of the stadium from those seats, but it does create a wider setup than what you would traditionally see. So as that comes out, we put a smaller restroom concession facility on this left-hand side or the south side of the site, and then a larger facility to the north. And that, again, was designed that way in order to accommodate the amount of area that we have. When you're talking about spectators and fans, you want to try to get them in opposite areas of the site. So getting out of the stands and either going to the north or the south to go to the restroom or go to concessions is the plan. But with the limited amount of area that we had between the existing, or where the new bleachers are in the existing field house, we made that building to the south a little bit smaller to give a little bit more breathing room for folks that will be going into that area, with the larger facility being on the north. The separation of fans will be created through the Memorial Walk, as I mentioned. The idea is that one of the challenges you guys have now with all of the facilities being in the center part of the site is that you're mixing spectators and participants at any point in time of a game as it relates to the athletes coming on off the field, trainers, what have you, coming from the field house, and spectators and fans that are trying to go to concessions and restrooms. So what we try to do is to create a venue that really separates not only visitors at home, but also the participants from the spectators. That's through groundscaping, through fencing, that'll give that buffer and protection and separation of everybody. Within each one of these buildings, it's a number of things, but primarily just concession and restrooms, with the press box being located in the middle of the bleachers. And we'll talk a little bit more about what that looks like. The only other building that's on this side is a small ticket booth that will occur on the visitor side. So we'll redo that area and give you ticket area as well as additional amenities as it relates to security. What you'll see in these buildings are a little different than maybe what was built 20, 30 years ago is the need for storage for security type items that may be occurring as evolutions of stadium security is changing over the years. I won't dive too deep into these plans. We do have detailed plans of all the different buildings on there. That field house location is here, so that's going to be visitors, your restrooms and concessions. You'll notice here as well that we made that accommodation for baseball. So we've got a concession area for baseball and softball as well as a ticket area. This would be your entry into the baseball and softball complex that will occur at that location. Again, trying to take advantage of the building that's already being built and doing some dual purpose things here. The restrooms you'll notice are actually two-sided. The ability to come into the restroom either from the south or the north, whether it's serving football or baseball and softball, in order to use those same facilities for either sport. The remainder of the buildings on the home side are going to be just primarily restrooms and concessions buildings. The lower portion of the press box, which is up in the upper right-hand corner, houses, again, more entry sequencing items that will occur on the home side, ticketing, security, as well as the building services. The elevator for the press box is located in that area. And then over to the left-hand side, we've got a multi-purpose room that's designed to provide a multitude of opportunities for you guys as it relates to game functions. It can be a spirit store. It can be a place to actually distribute things during a game, whether you're having an alumni event, you're bringing people in, you're having food being served out of that area, as well as space for the football teams or the soccer teams to meet who are doing things on the field itself. So it's a small room, but an ability to provide some multi-purpose use out of it. And then again, the ticket booth on the visitor side is down in the bottom right-hand corner. So we'll start to go into some of the images here, and you can see the aerial of what this thing is starting to look like. Visitors is going to be over here on the left and your home on the right. Again, we've designed it in a way that with everything is on the ends of the bleachers. That provides an opportunity, one, to get everything out from underneath the bleachers. We had some challenges, again, with that depth that we could work with, have things under the bleachers. Scheduling is also a challenge in order to get this thing turned over to you guys for next football season, to get those things out. But it also creates an opportunity if you're going to the restroom or the concession building, you're able to see the game while you're waiting in line or you're getting those items. So that'll provide that on the flanks. And you can see that kind of perspective that you get to the field. You can start to see the press box and what's going on there, at least from the field side, a 2-story press box. And we'll talk about what's inside of that here in just a second. This is going to be your approach from the parking lot. So you've come to the home parking lot and you're walking into the main stadium. This is going to be that main kind of plaza area that's walking in. There's the drainage area that's going to bisect this walking area and the building itself. And you can start to see some of the characteristics that we're trying to pull from. And hopefully these are reminiscent of things that you've either seen on campus or you've seen around the community. But I'll point them out. On the right-hand side, you've got the stadium memorial piece. This is a pay homage to the silo history, the farming culture of Hutto, as well as what's kind of going on at the co-op. The general proximity of the high school to the co-op and the language that's been created around Hutto will give you this opportunity here to pull some of that language into this press box. Traditionally speaking, with the way that we've laid this out, it's a little bit non-traditional, but I think it plays a lot more into the kind of context that you're starting to create here in this community. It's not what you would typically see out of a press box, but it starts to play a little bit more character to the community and the history of what Hutto and the city is providing. So that's going to represent a silo piece out of metal. It wraps an exterior stair that connects up the different levels of the press box. It really creates a kind of a showpiece, and you'll see what that starts to look like at night and lighting and things like that that this can create as far as playing some of that up as far as the game time experience. The Hutto that's going across the top is our pay homage to the existing press box. I hope that comes out to you. This is a 2-story press box, not a 1-story press box, but it was important when I was looking at the history of the press box and really driving 79 and really taking all that in. You've got the scoreboard, you've also got that press box, and with the Hutto on the back and seeing the pictures that you guys have of that and understanding the importance of that, I think it was important to pay homage to that. So what we're looking at is a material that we can ghost in or artifact in that piece. It won't be like a clear sign that you have today, but it will provide an opportunity to take the new architecture and pay homage to that little piece moving forward. So it's a subtle move to recognize that piece. And then over on the left-hand side, you're seeing an additional metal wrapped area. This is the other stair that's on the other side of the press box. Again, trying to look at graphics and your logoing and your atmosphere to help play a little bit on that as well. So you're seeing the Hippo along with the HISD logo. So we're going to flip around inside the stadium and take a little bit closer look at the press box. This is going to be the field side of the press box. Again, a 2-story press box. All the main portions on the bottom is going to be your game time operations with your hospitality and filming deck up on the second. Not as much going on this side. This is more utilitarian side of the field, but again, I think creates a great ambiance or a great framework to portray the type of things that are happening here. Pulling some of the materials that we have on the exterior, really focusing on the exterior is the main focus. I think as you're driving down 79 and seeing that, that's what you'll primarily see, and this will be utilitarian on the field side. You can see some of the seating as well, and that separation between the existing seating and the reserve seating, whether it be done through coloring or separation there.
And Tom, that orange section is all the reserve section, correct?
Correct. So as we look at the plans, and I won't go into too much detail on this either, but this is the plans of the press box. The first floor is here in the middle. Again, that's going to be most of your utilitarian pieces of the press box, your game time operations, your home and visitors coaches, home and visitors radio, TV production, as well as some housekeeping items in the backside. So you've got a lounge for beverages and drinks, things like that. But all of the systems for the press box, toilets, closets for mechanical equipment, all those kinds of things happening back behind that. On the second floor is going to switch over to a hospitality suite primarily. The center section is going to be your film deck. So that middle bay is going to be where all your filming occurs. There's a small game time operators security booth behind that as a part of that. That's the small room back behind that middle area. And then that is flanked by your general hospitality suite to the right, and then your scouts and media, so your additional guests that will be coming to view games to the left. Again, very similar stuff happening on the back side of that as well. But you can start to see the character of what's happening with this press box. One of the big unique opportunities that we have with this is we had to, in order to, again, to make everything fit between the field and the drainage area, we had to look at pushing the press box into the seating. Typically, the way a design is done is you have a bleacher stack and then you have a press box sitting behind it. We didn't have the room to do all those things to get the kinds of seating that you guys are looking for with the spaces available. So what we did is we pushed that press box up into the seating. And what it does is actually creates a connection down below the press box that we're calling the reserve deck that is unique opportunity for you. What it'll do is provide you an area for the reserve section or anybody really that you want to be able to go up into that area, get into a more walkable area. There won't be seating in that area. There's some ADA seating that will occur for people in wheelchairs, which is another great opportunity. Typically, wheelchair access is all down at the base of the stadium seating, but with this, with an elevator, we can get people up and give some distributed ADA seating up there. But this is great for parents who may be wanting to film their child, whether in the band, drill team, cheerleading, or want to do something separate of what's happening within the game. Parents who want to get up and just walk around and stretch their legs, or people from the press box to be able to come down and just get an outdoor atmosphere. And you'll see what that looks like here in just a second. This is a view from that reserve deck, and you can see these are those ADA seats here on the end, but the look that you're getting of not only the field itself, but the access to the press box, and then there'll be access down into the seating from there. All of this is required because we need to get egress down from the press box. So we have the stairs coming down from the press box, and rather than taking those stairs all the way down to the ground, we're going to utilize the stairs within the bleacher system, but we need to connect all that up. So this is a multiple kind of faceted piece that provides you opportunity to do a number of different things within that existing seating area. This is a view from across the field. So you're on the visitor side near the concession stand, and you're looking across the field at the press box. So you can get the look of what's happening here. Some of that silo elements coming around, again, engulfing and or wrapping that stair there, but you get the view of the seats. The seat stack goes pretty high, and then we've looked at all the kind of sidelines of all of these things, trying to make sure that everything and all the seats that are within that stadium are going to work out well for you.
Let me just point out one thing here. One thing that's a little bit different about how the setup will be from how it is today is that we're looking at raising up the site about 4 feet, if you will. And so, as Josh mentioned, you know, we didn't have a lot of depth to go raise the bleachers up, you know, at the high level part of the seating. However, we did raise the site up so that your view down to the field is raised. So again, from a spectator standpoint, whether you're in the bleachers or you're standing on the concourse or going to one of the concessions buildings, you're going to have a little bit higher level view back down to the field because you're not going to be flat with the field anymore.
What that'll also do is it gives you more of a mid-level concourse entry into the stadium. So you're not bringing everybody up to base all the way up to the stadium. You're bringing people up to a mid-level area, and you're splitting that seating up and down. So it gives you a little bit more flexibility. It gives you an area at the front of the stadium seating to get people closer to the field. You don't have that walkway right in front. You put your students down there. There's opportunities for separation and all kinds of things that occur with that subtle change. This is a view. You're in the back of the end zone on the visitor on the south side of the stadium, and this is the look at that memorial walk. So that memorial walk again is connecting you all the way back up to the high school. This is your memorial wall that we brought over from the existing concession restroom facility, with your home field house behind and your flags there as well. You can see the concession stand there on the right as it relates to that home. And I think that really kind of draws to what Tim was talking about as far as that separation. And then this is a view at night. So we're floating over that memorial walk at the high school, looking back at the stadium. We looked at this image and really wanted to pay homage to your freedom game and talk about lighting. Lighting in here, especially now with LED, is so versatile. You can do so many different things. So we can have LED lighting that provides your traditional lighting, but also look at opportunities to do color changing to help create ambiance within the stadium itself, whether that's the immediate lighting around the stadium or the path lighting that's occurring to get you to and from the high school or to the parking areas as well. So this is the backside of your at night.
Next, the next clip is, we want to show you a little bit about what the experience is going to feel like So we did produce a quick animation just to the character feel as you approach the stadium as well as inside of it. So.
Train goes by.
Yeah, good timing.
I know, right? Plan that.
Nice.
I'll just say that it truly has been a pleasure working with everybody thus far. We have been working at a pretty aggressive pace. I know Henry and Brandon, we call on them daily to talk through different things. But, before we started putting pen to paper, we took some time and went and toured a number of facilities, both around the area. And we went up to Dallas-Fort Worth as well and walked with the coach and Henry and the guys and talked about what do you like and what don't you like? And so we really wanted to get not only his feedback, but some community feedback as well. We've had weekly meetings to talk about the design. One of those meetings included some Booster Club members, as well as some folks from the community. And so it's been a very collaborative process and still more to come. So where we've been, we've thanks you for approval tonight, the schematic design development and the construction document phase will be moving very swiftly. George is here. Like I said, they're going to be the contractor on board to assist us through the process. They've already engaged us in multiple meetings to talk about how can we accelerate the process of construction. Are there certain things, whether it be materials or construction methods that we can look at to help the project progress? One of those things that will definitely help us is to provide a couple of separate bid packages. So what you see here is two bid packages, one for demolition of the existing home side and a civil and structural package so that they can get that work going swiftly. And as well, you guys had on your consent agenda the approval of the bleachers. We accelerated that process as well. Getting that done up front because that is a critical piece in the overall construction timeline, because the time to produce shop drawings and the time frame to get those on site is very critical. So the final building package, we're looking at a February 2021 bid date, as well as coming to you for a GMP on that date with an anticipated construction in February with completion for that first varsity football game in September. So any of us, we're open to any questions you might have. Again, it's been a pleasure working with this district on this project, and we're excited to continue to move forward with it. And again, Joris is here if you have any questions as it pertains to construction. So thank you, guys.
So Tim, what happens with the demo, when you demo the existing stadium? Because it's in really good shape. It can't
Sure.
be used anywhere else or recycled or?
So we have talked about that. When you, if you were to try to demolish it by taking it piece by piece and packaging it, that's a very laborious process and it takes a long time.
Right.
Burton and I and the team, we talked through that. Does that make the most sense, or does it make the most sense to take it down in a swift pace and then recoup the recycling on it? And in this case, just due to the time frame, we just really don't have the time to package all those pieces together and then try to, sell it to another district or that type of thing. So the decision right now is to recycle everything that is there.
There's value to us as we work with the budget. Not only that demo contractor that's awarded is going to get value out of the sale and the recycling of that material. So the price to us to demo is going to be put into that same context. And so there's an opportunity for that vendor to help us offset some costs.
And that was a question too that we brought up with the manufacturers as we were producing those documents for them to put a price together. Is it possible to reuse those? Not only you got to look at it from the person who's buying it, it's a bit of a liability, putting back together a set of bleachers because there's quite a level of detail that goes into those. So it just made more sense to look at the recycling aspect of things.
Okay, I've got a list of questions, so.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the parking on the home side is 45, no, that's seating, 459. So there's more parking on the visitor side versus the home side. Is there any talk about expanding that out?
There is not in this initial project right now. Now we are working with the city on those parking counts. We do know that there's a future project that is to happen at the high school. One reason for not addressing the parking right now is we don't know what that design looks like. So if we build a parking lot, it could be go back to the site plan. Yeah.
If the city were to pull the trigger today on their code, we would need about 2,080 total parking spaces just for this venue. Now, there's some negotiation that needs to take place. Same thing with toilets. There'd be this exorbitant amount of toilets. So we're doing some studies. One, this is not a venue that sells alcohol. Therefore, the toilet counts that are typically required of commercial establishments may not be as great. But bottom line is we need to work with the city on a phased approach to the total upgrade. We could tackle some parking to get closer. What we're doing for now, though, is counting not only home visitor, but all parking, as well as swing space parking over at Nadine Johnson. There are and have been one or two games since I've been here where we had to use that as overflow, and we manned up a temporary lighting and a protection of intersections so that guests could come across safely. But there's no question that we long-term need to add some additional parking. So if we take, for example, and we've had this conversation with the city, future expansions here, which is primarily the fine arts and CTE upgrades, and theoretically through those schematic designs that we've played with in the past, those all shift to the north, pardon me. We don't know for certain where that footprint's going to be. So we don't want to risk spending money for hardscape now that would have to be torn out later. And until we have a better understanding and authorization, we haven't sold those bonds to do that expansion to the high school. We think it's prudent to make the case to the city because although we're building a 10,000 seat venue, we currently accommodate the activities in that facility now, and in the short term, in the near future, we think we can support the stadium operations with some contingency planning. But there's no questions, Mr. Owens, at some point, there's going to have to be more parking. My guess is as we move that band, as we move the band hall and the fine arts facility towards the north to create a new storefront, a new way to come into Hutto High School, then the remaining green space to the north will be some additional parking. And that's, we're 400 or 500 parking spaces shy today. So we are going to work separately. In my Friday report, you'll hear a little comment about it, but working with a third-party traffic engineer to do a professional traffic impact analysis. I like to use them, not whether they're required or not as it relates to right-of-way, but rather inform the flow of pedestrian, vehicular, bus, and and car traffic internally to our operation here. But the city's going to require a TIA, and we need to phase that not only for this improvement, but what we're going to have in the way of improvements later on for the high school. Obviously, Front Street is one point of ingress egress, Carl Stern's another, and then you have Chris Kelly. So that'll all be taken kind of in a phased approach. And so far, the city's receptive to some of our ideas.
So where's EMS going to go during the football games? Like currently?
One of the things that I looked at is, one, they could continue to be where they are, but we're creating a new access point on the north side of the stadium. I'm thinking that based on my conversations and input we're getting from Chris Contreras and our safety and security team, this is likely to be the home of EMS and fire assets and law enforcement. We will still have law enforcement and security throughout the building, but that's probably going to be the primary location.
And with construction in the springtime, is that going to take up parking spaces for the high school kids?
What we'll probably end up having to do, we'll work with Joris. We're going to walk the site and determine what kind of lay down yards they're going to need, what kind of restriction of flow of traffic at certain times that they're going to need to get equipment in and out. So I think it's mainly going to impact the visitor parking and then travel on the north-south. Not all the time, but it probably will create some situations where in order for them to get heavy equipment in here before we build anything that's new, they're going to have to really access it through that service road. So there won't be any impact to home parking and to student parking as we know it. It will impact your spring sports. Everything that would be in the way of guest attendance will now be on the visitor side for the spring. There's no plans to shut down soccer and track in the spring, but everything gets relocated, everything to the visitor side, while Joris and their team of subcontractors get in here and go to work on this new erector set we're building.
And I saw on the design that I guess ROTC is going to still stay in the same spot.
Yes, at this time, until we do something with the funding that's available to us for the renovations to Hutto High School, it'll stay where it's at. My guess is, we're kind of, as a district, thinking that our high schools from here on out will be about 2,500 student capacity. You're moving those 750 freshmen starting next year at the 9th grade center, but you still have adequate capacity even with the expansion of these key areas, band and fine arts and performing arts, to where I think down the road, it's possible that ROTC could go right back into the high school and occupy space, and then we can relocate that portable structure.
And I just got two more questions. The plaza, are cars going to be able to go back and forth, north and south?
Yeah, it'll function for both. It'll function for both.
Safety issues with that, with people leaving the game and.
Yeah, like during the day when this is not a stadium event, then you're going to have the free flow of traffic with new wayfinding and new traffic, and all of that will be designed with the civil engineer and with our traffic consultants. But at night, then you're going to change how you might load and unload, and you'll have to have some safety considerations.
And
are you referring to just?
Yes, sir. Like, I'm just thinking after the game's over with.
Right.
I'm picking up kids, people trying to get out of the stadium. So that whole.
Josh, I don't know if you want to touch on that, but yes, right now it is planned so that you would have access to and from that. But really what you're also trying to do is provide a pathway to draw the folks into the stadium. But for functionality, yes, it would stay open.
And remind me.
I was just to say there are traffic control elements that we can look at with that. I think by actually delineating the pathway, the way that we're doing, and then looking at how we can maybe raise that in a very subtle way, not a speed bump, like like a speed area, I guess. It'll make it more noticeable. We can add some different things that'll make that more.
It's probably better because right now they're going through all the parking space. I mean,
This will improve it.
yeah, at least you know where they're at.
This will improve pedestrian safety greatly.
The intention is to have people park and then come to this.
And walk across those.
Go up through here rather than dodging and weaving through the parking lot to get to it.
And remind me about renovations for the baseball and softball fields and why we weren't able to include that in the overall athletic.
That was just not part of that 2019 long-range plan discussion at that time. Now, you have, as a board, invested a great deal of money in both boys and girls softball. We recently replaced all the netting with some new systems that are college-level net systems. They're called Dyneema, I believe. You have a brand new light package that was funded out of that bond, so they have brand new LED lighting. Your turf system is fairly new. Your home field turf system is new. Your track is new. So
you kind of see where I'm going as far as the equity part.
Understood. Now, we're also hoping that we can maybe do some things with the concession and restrooms for better accessibility for both the fan bases that go to both of those fields. And by creating a new visitor locker room, there's a potential for this to be utilized in other forms. But now that your visitors are not dressing out of the gym, you're freeing up gym locker room space to better retool for any spatial needs that are necessary. But yeah, as far as any other than lighting, there was not anything tied to the softball, baseball project. That doesn't mean as we go along, if savings are produced, again, because of the language of the bond, that there could be other renovation projects that could be added later on. But that's the bottom line answer at this point.
That's it. Thank you.
Brandon mentioned last month something about upgrades to or softball dressing rooms or something that would be incorporated in this, or did I dream that?
No, as you know, as a temporary fix, we bought a portable system to give girls an opportunity to dress at the field. I'll be honest with you, it's been a very rare experience for me to find dressing facilities for baseball or softball located at a site. It's usually interior to the gym. The fact that we have a situation where there is a boys' dressing room, if you will.
And covered, air-conditioned batting cages and pitching stations.
In order to then accommodate and try to bring some equity, we spend some money to bring a portable building that is air-conditioned, that has a toilet where the boys don't have the toilet, and they have a covered hitting and pitching area already.
Covered with a roof and a net. Covered with a roof and a net.
And so, those are things that charging VOK or Joris with. There's some discussions that we have to work on as a district to see where you want to go with that equity.
Are they making any adjustments on the entrance and exits over by the front of the high school towards the stadium?
Well, that'll be determined by the TIA and where the city wants to push the issue and what we can push back on in the way of our stacking capabilities. Chris Kelly's going to be difficult for any other improvement than is existing there. One, because of the fact that there is no ability with the raised median for you to have traffic exit east-west, right? Or north-south, I should say. So you're either entering going northbound or you're exiting northbound, and there's no opportunity to improve. We would have to do something internally to do some improvement to take traffic off of Chris Kelly, stack it, and then distribute it. The likely improvements will be, and I'm just guessing, I'm not going to make any promises today. We'll identify decel turn lanes potentially on Front Street, and we'll probably have to do some pedestrian improvements on Carl Stern and possibly do some reworking of this particular function of intersection that's here today.
Without the visiting team having to be in that locker room, could we open that potentially that gate that's always shut, so you could come in you know what I'm talking about there, that bar that's always gets shut because of the.
So the plan here is.
Yes, that's very inconvenient.
And I'm sorry, Tim, some of this is your show and I'm fine here.
No, but but the questions Tim wouldn't know.
Yeah.
So the idea here for safety and security is to completely segregate visitor and home.
Right.
So you don't get to go past.
So my question was, up top where they dress now, there's a bar that keeps you from going through from like the old ninth grade center into the parking lot now.
Yeah, I'd like to do something different there.
Well, I mean,
yeah, there's an opportunity.
Yeah.
The way we load and unload our buses, yeah, he's talking about that non-through. Yeah, we want to do something there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
He's talking about, there's a road, can we go back to the overall site plan?
Just don't touch the screen.
Alongside the.
So
there's a gate.
The choke point for good flow today is a permanent pipe, although it can be opened.
Right.
It doesn't allow the free flow of traffic. And the reason for that is we're forcing all the buses in and out. And we're forcing all the car traffic in here or in here and either squander back out to the north or go back out to Front Street. We need to fix this. This is not a good system.
No.
And that'll be fixed. Maybe some of it now or some of it later, but the TIA will help us, along with the architects and the civil engineers, do a better job of how we're going to stack, collect, distribute, and park, and then exit.
But at night, there aren't any buses.
But the bar's there because the visitors' locker room is right there.
Right.
And you can't have cars going through there. But now that the visitors' locker room's over here.
Now we should be able to open.
Should be able to open that up.
Utilize that parking.
Go through there. And park back there and.
We're going to have to, if we're going to count those parking
Right.
spaces, we better make it accessible.
Yeah. You have to.
How many rows of seats do we have currently?
25 of.
How many do we have now? Currently, yeah. Ooh. Did not bring that up. It's about 25.
What are we gonna?
How many steps?
We're going to go from a seating capacity currently at a little less than 7,000 to over 10,000, or right at 10,000. 5,500 on the home and 4,500 on the visitor side.
But the height of the new one at the two sides, is it the same as the height now, or is it?
Probably close, but we're raising the whole system. We're also adding on the ends.
I would say it's probably almost exact.
We can get y'all information on that if you'd like, but that's.
I was just curious if it shortened out, because it looked, with the press box there, it looks shorter. Like.
The depth is about the same. So the depth of the bleacher system going back.
I got you.
It actually may go back a little bit further because of the way that we situated the press box with the seating.
And it's the same angle, right? I mean, it's the same degree.
21 inches, right? Isn't that what we landed?
It's a little different, but it is as good of an angle as we can get in the system. So the upper portion of the seating is maxed out as far as the rise and run. So it's the best view that you can get out of the system.
And it's more utilitarian than it is aesthetic, although it does, I think it makes it look nice. This mid-load section is all about safety. It's all about how to, because right now we all dump at the bottom and we all load up. Right now you have about 4.5 feet of walk space. This is 15 feet.
Well, and we always kind of keep those chains up for the reserve, and it's just always been a pain.
Our working concept for now is that your herd is all on the bottom row, all your students that are going to be actively engaged, and you're going to want the loud ones as close to the field as possible.
Right.
Your band and your drill team will go in this area here. And during football season, the concession operation that's over here will become the band booster operation, and your football boosters will have the other two. But that by keeping your band and all that activity on the north side, as they go up and down out of the stands, they go to the restrooms, they don't have to cross through or go down to the south end anymore. And you kind of keep that all together. And then your opposing band will be on the opposite side, on the visitor side.
And that's a fence looking off reserve and on reserve.
And where's the space they go to like warm up before halftime? You know
So
how?
when they come, if you'll pull back the big site plan, as the band comes out, one, this is their concession operation. Doesn't mean that other visitors, home attendees don't come and patronize the band. But you'll have a staircase that comes down. We also will have some portable staircases that we may bring in and out for events, but the band can also come down to the track. But they normally will collect in this D zone here to get ready to go onto the field. Just as they do kind of now, but right now they're temporarily set up in the.
Yeah, I just know they sometimes go behind their bleachers to like warm up, before they come out. I just didn't know.
Well, and they'll still have access to these track implements down here. And there's a hardscape back over here that they can go onto.
In the play area, you're gonna have like just an area for the kids just to play in, or is it gonna be?
That's the herd pin.
Yeah, what we're working on there is, it's multi-purpose. One, it gives coach another practice venue because it's going to be AstroTurf, just like our field. On Friday nights, as I've talked to Mr. Christian, and we've kind of seen this idea at some others, this was brought up by BOK. This little play area could be a supervised location to send those preteens that can't keep their hands off themselves or want to throw the little plastic ball. Under some supervision, we can maybe ticket, and it becomes a little fundraising venue. Kind of like when you go to more modern sports venues now, like Dale Diamond, there are these places that parents can go push their kids for some supervised activity.
I was gonna say, a lot of times we'll see that outside of the venue as you're approaching the stadium. Some play areas outside. Unfortunately, with the drainage area, it didn't lend itself, to put it out in that zone. So we had the space up here to provide that, and so that's where it landed.
And it gives you good vantage points. So if you're a parent in the seats and you're watching the game, you still have vantage points to see your kids playing over in that play area.
And they're not going to wander out of the stadium. I feel like having it inside the system. Yeah.
Well, that's the goal. If we push everybody that shows up to the game up to a visible location, we have to have less manpower below or in other odd spots. It opens it up. You got full visibility. But that's a function of safety in as much as it also serves the dual purpose of coastal plant and having another location to do some practices or other sports for that matter.
So 2 concession stands, a visiting locker room.
3 concession stands.
Oh, well.
So you have 2 home side concession stands and then a combination visitor locker room and concession for your visitors, but also your baseball, softball program.
And here's in a press box all before next football season.
This guy's got the magic. Working hard. I didn't hire these guys if they couldn't do it. Just kidding.
Any volunteers?
Hey,
Okay.
As long as it doesn't rain next
Yeah. Right, a single day.
We still have several things to talk about and it's 10 till midnight, so I'll say my final thing because Terrence asked my questions. I love the design. I love the work that you guys did. I'm disappointed that we focused on one area and that we're perfectly fine with the resources that softball has compared to everybody else. So with that, Morgan, is there a motion?
I believe there is, ma'am. Sorry, my eyes are starting to cross. The motion reads to approve the Memorial Stadium schematic design as presented by VLK Architects.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion made by Ms. Hubbard, second by Mr. Boutwell. All in favor? And I'm.
What's that?
I'm opposing.
Okay, thank you.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thanks, guys.
Great job.
Appreciate it.
So we're going to move up because we had somebody else waiting to present, Ms. Selena with the audit annual financial report. We're going to move that up next.
It's 13D, is that right?
E. Oh.
Hi there. Good, Caleb, may I share my screen or can I try doing that? Let me see. Oh, it's disabled.
I can check for you if you'd like me to. If that's
Okay,
easier.
yeah, it's disabled. I can drive, but if you all have it, Caleb, you can show and then I'll just tell you when. Move to the next slide. Okay, well, thank you so much for having us here tonight. Laura Lynch, the senior manager on the engagement, is also online as well. And we've been watching the board meeting for a while now. So again, thank you for being patient, and hopefully the audit and going through these figures, it's not too late for this.
No, we appreciate your patience, Selena. I can see you're still at the office as well.
Yes, I had another board meeting, but that one ended soon, but it's fine. We stayed busy. We're okay. I was just afraid I was going to fall asleep, but everything's okay.
So are we.
Yes. Well, thank you, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Thomas. We're here to present the results of the 2020 financial statement and federal single audit. You will notice that in the report, in the audit report, we'll reference 10 months because you did change your fiscal year, and last year you passed a resolution to do so. And so this is the first year that you became a June 30th. And so therefore you only have the 10 months. Next slide, please. This is our engagement team. I introduced Laura Lynch, but Kevin Green and Chin Kao were also working remotely. We do want to thank your management team for being available for questions all the time via email, via Zoom. We miss coming out to the district, and you all have always shown great hospitality when we've been on site. I'm the engagement partner, and Tom Peterson is the engagement quality control partner that reviews everything. He's an unbiased person who's reviewing the decisions that I make. And of course, I review all the work papers, and I'm responsible for signing this report. Next slide, please. And if you would just hit return several times, it's animated, thank you. So the purpose of the audit is to issue an opinion, and there's 3 types of audits and opinions, and they worsen as you move from right to left. An unmodified opinion is where every entity wants to be, but it does take a lot of work to earn such an opinion. On the next slide, we'll see the actual audit process. It starts with a risk assessment on our part, inquiring whether there's been significant turnover in the federal program area or any key controls that we'll go through here in a bit. Internal controls are crucial for us, so we identify the key controls, test the controls in order to reduce the risk of material misstatement. Finally, when your management team closed its books, on June 30th, we waited about 45 days to allow them to go through that process. We came back, we vouched, we confirmed, we corroborated the information presented to us in the report, all in an effort to issue that opinion. On the next slide, you'll see that you have earned an unmodified opinion with no internal control findings related to financial reporting or any findings related to compliance. So this includes state compliance and federal compliance. On the next slide, you'll see that you've also earned an unmodified opinion on your federal awards that we tested as major. Because you do spend more than $750,000 in federal awards, you're subject to a single audit. This year you spent $5.7 million, and we tested the child nutrition cluster as a major program, looking at the revenues, making sure that they were recorded properly, the claims were submitted, and we were able to agree it to supporting documentation, as well as expenditures recorded within the fund. In addition, we apply the Office of Management and Budget requirements, audit requirements, and every year they tell us, auditors, what is subject to audit, and we've applied those requirements. No internal control findings over the major program, nor any federal compliance findings. Next slide, please. These are the internal control that we've really focused on because they are critical. HR and payroll, payroll makes up 85% of your expenditure, so it's important that we spend a lot of time in this area. procurement and accounts payable is also important. And we're looking at segregation of duties in these 4 areas, not only in just physical segregation of duties, but also within information technology. If individuals have the ability to add a vendor and also pay a vendor, those are incompatible duties. So we're looking even within the system to make sure that that doesn't exist. When we talk about significant revenue sources, yes, you have state aid and property taxes. We can confirm those with a third party, with your tax assessor collector. We can confirm the appraised value. And then for your state aid, we're also looking at the TEA summary of finances. We've also looked at the child nutrition revenue that was brought in addition to the federal reimbursements that you receive in that program. I mentioned state aid because it all is driven it's driven on average daily attendance in addition to property taxes. We need to make sure that the attendance that you've reported to TEA is correct. So we test attendance changes to make sure that anyone marked as absent and then subsequently changed to present, that change has proper documentation, and your campus attendance clerks can provide that documentation. If not, that tells us that there may be a systemic issue, but again, no findings to report in this area. And then financial close and reporting, making sure that you have procedures in place every year to go through that process. On the next slide, we'll go through the government-wide financial statements. So on this slide and this particular statement, it's the statement of net position, shows everything that Hutto ISD owns and everything that it owes. So your total assets total $390.4 million, with capital assets net of its depreciation of $228 being the bulk of those assets. Cash and investments were second at $125.8 million. And then you have deferred outflows, which are related to your pension and OPEB that we'll go over here in a bit. Those assets are offset by liabilities and deferred inflows totaling $450.9 million. Your long-term debt, which is your bonds payable, the premium, makes up the bulk of that at $369.5 million. Your net pension liability and net OPEB liability have an asterisk by it because these liabilities are determined by TRS. So it's not something that you have any control over. It's based on your contributions into TRS, and that determines your proportionate share on an annual basis. The net pension liability and net OPEB liabilities total $20.4 and $25.9 million respectively. That contributes to the net deficit of $60.5 million. You also have some debt that will be paid off slower than the capital assets are depreciated. And sometimes you purchase you purchase items with your debt that are not capital assets. So if you take those into consideration, it explains the net deficit. On the next slide, I think it's important that we look at your general fund, and we'll dive into the figures on the subsequent slides. But your general fund, as you know, is your operating fund. And so you're doing well here. You don't show a deficit. Your actual revenues of $79.5 million exceeded budgeted amounts by $1 million. Your actual expenditures were less than budgeted amounts by $12.4 million. And in the year that you changed your fiscal year, TEA requires you to prepare your budget on a 12-month basis, even though the actual information is on a 10-month basis. So your revenues exceeded expenditures by $13.7 million. This more than likely, this increase to fund balance is a one-time thing, and this is common when you change your fiscal year. Again, because you are recording most of your revenue, 100% of your revenue, but only 10 months of expenditures. Your expenditures decreased by $2.4 million. Now, if you just compared it, you would have said, well, why didn't it decrease by more if we're just showing 10 months? Remember that House Bill 3 required you to increase your salaries for various employee groups. And so that contributed to the size of the decrease. So your net ending fund balance in the general fund was $37.6 million, with the bulk of that, almost 100%, unassigned, that which is available for appropriations. On the next slide, we can dive into the makeup of your general fund revenues. You'll see that 50% or $39.5 million is made up of property taxes. And then the second largest category, or 41%, is state aid at $32.2 million. That includes your foundation state program and your per capita as well. You'll see that last year your revenues were $74 million and they increased by $5.5 million. Your federal funding, $2.7 million, is primarily made up of your SHARS, or school health and related services revenue. And then you have your local funding, which includes your investment income, as Glenn alluded to earlier in his presentation. On the next slide, we'll look at the expenditures by functional category. And so instruction and related services makes up $41 million out of the $65.7 million in expenditures. That equates to 62% of your total expenditures. Facilities maintenance and operations totaled $5.5 million, and it makes up 8% of your expenditures. Facilities maintenance operation includes any rental payments, your utilities, repairs and maintenance. But I also want to bring to your attention the white shading, or the 3% for the general administration, which totaled $2 million. And it makes up 3% of your total expenditures. The reason I bring that up is because TEA evaluates school districts, and if the general administration percentage is approaching or is at or above 8%, that is a red flag that the district is not operating efficiently. You're well below that 8% threshold, only at 3%. On the next slide, we're looking at expenditures in a different manner. We're looking at it in their natural classification. So payroll and related expenses at $54.1 million make up 85% of your total expenditures. And so that's why internal controls are so important over this area, and we spend a lot of time over that, over this area, because it makes up the bulk of your expenses. Contracted services were at 3%, supplies 4.2%, etc. And you also had some capital outlay of $1.9 million, items that were not included in your capital projects funds. Could have been equipment and other capital assets. Next slide, please. If we take your general fund unassigned fund balance, which was $37.4 million, and we assume that you're continuing to spend at the $65, $66 million expenditure level, and we also say that zero revenues were to come in. Let's say all revenues were to cease and you continue to spend at this level. Your fund balance of $37.4 million would last you about 207 days. The Government Finance Officers Association recommends 90 days. That's the optimal fund balance. TEA looks at 60 to 75 days of cash on hand. So you're meeting those optimal requirements. Anytime for Hutto ISD, if you were to approach $5.4 million or 30 days, that is the danger zone. That indicates that expenditures have to be cut. The district has to reevaluate its expenditures. But you're nowhere near that area, given that you have 207 days in fund balance. Now, this is important as well. You all have had a lot of discussion about COVID-19, and it's obvious that you're not alone in the state of Texas, across the United States. So a fund balance of this size, and we're seeing this across the state, they're trying to set it aside because they don't know what their response to COVID is going to have to be, what the state is going to do, or the federal government is going to do either. On the next slide, we look at the Child Nutrition Program and Debt Service Fund, primarily because you adopt a budget on an annual basis. Your Child Nutrition Program came under your budgeted amounts by $600,000. Revenues totaled $2.8 million. Your revenues were greater than your expenditures were greater than your revenues by $1 million. $100,000. You were still under budget, but your fund balance did decrease. Your ending fund balance as of June 30th, 2020 is $700,000. That's about 24.9% of your expenditures. Now, the Texas Department of Agriculture indicates that they don't want you to have more than 9 months of, 90 days or 3 months of fund balance, which is different from the general fund. Given that most child nutrition programs have taken have suffered greatly because they've continued to have to pay employees, feed the children. A lot of child nutrition programs have seen a loss in fiscal year 2020. If we look at your debt service fund, it's important to remember this on an annual basis when we get to fund balance. I'm jumping ahead here, but let's look at your actual revenues of $16 million. They exceeded your budgeted amounts by $400,000. Your actual expenditures of $7.8 million were under budget by $8.9 million. What's interesting about this year is because you make your principal payments in August. Because you ended your year in June, you weren't able to make that August 2020 payment. You were only able to make your August 2019 payment, but that was part of fiscal year 2019 because you were in August 31st, 2019 fiscal year end. So this year, you're missing that principal payment. You're not, let me rephrase that, you're not missing it. It wasn't captured in this year because you only had 10 months of operations. So your fund balance increased by $8.3 million, making your fund balance end at $19 million. One thing that is unique about all June 30th year end, and I don't want you all to be alarmed that you're building a fund balance. This is normal for all June 30th. Your fund balance is going to be larger because you have to turn around and make principal and interest payments 45 days after year end. So in August 2020, you had to turn around and make a $10.5 million debt service payment. 1.3 million was principal and 9.1 million was interest. So you'll see this trend every year. And so it's important.
This is like not right.
I'm sorry?
You're laughing at the interest.
Yeah, the interest.
I'm sorry, Selena, we were just,
yeah. Okay.
we were disgusted with the interest payment. That's
Oh,
all.
I know. So every year, it's important to know that you're not building a fund balance. You have to have that in reserves. You don't levy your next year's taxes until October. Don't start collecting them until December, January, and February. So there is no new property tax collections to use for these principal and interest payments that come due in August. That's why you need those reserves. So just remember that as you're evaluating the debt service fund. And I think that's I have some required communications. Yes. Just real simple. I won't go over all of these. Basically, these slides indicate that there are estimates included in your financial statements. State aid, of course, based on ADA. The useful lives of capital assets determines depreciation. You have allowance for uncollectible taxes based on historical information. And then, of course, your net pension and net OPEB liabilities and those related outflows and inflows are all based on estimates. If we go to the next slide, it's just important for us to note we didn't have any difficulties in performing the audit, nor did we have any disagreements with management. Any adjustments that were needed, management reviewed and approved those adjustments. And again, I know it was a transition year. You had a lot of changes. You had COVID-19, but you also had Caleb in a new position. And so I told him this in front of Mr. Owens and Dr. Thomas that it's when there's new people in these positions, yes, there's a learning curve, but it makes our job easier when they have a learning they're teachable, right? And they're willing to learn. So that makes our jobs easier. So again, we thank Caleb and Glenn for making the audit as smooth as possible. On the next slide, management representations is the last piece of evidence that we obtain from your management team that indicates that they've provided us with all information that we needed to conduct our audit, and they have not withheld any information. From time to time, management may consult with other auditors in an effort to opinion shop. We don't believe that has happened. Had that happened, we would have been required to report that to you. And then also, if your management team asks, can we do this? Or can we try something else? If the answer is no, the answer is no. Our responses to those technical questions is not contingent on you retaining us as your auditors. And I think Glenn and Caleb know that and appreciate that. And we appreciate them asking questions and being involved in the industry through TASBO. We could go to the last slide. I think that was all that we had. Yes. Any questions for us, for Laura and myself?
Thanks for sticking it out so late.
I just want to give a real shout out and thank you to Selena and her team. We did have a fiscal year change. We were working in two sets of books, and they were very helpful in that transition. And as you know, well, you probably don't know, this is really one of Caleb's main job functions. And he took over from Jeffrey, and Jeffrey took a wealth of knowledge with her. And so it was a real learning experience for Caleb, and he just did a bang up job, and I'm real proud of what he did. And so I'm proud of our team. I'm really grateful for Selena and her team. And so everything went as well as it possibly could, and very appreciative.
Good deal.
I'm going to piggyback off that and add one more name because Caxie, who's our new auditor, so not only was I new, our auditor was also new. She did fantastic and was really adaptive, and that learning spirit goes a long way, and she has that. So I'm very appreciative of her as well. So I want to throw her name out there as well.
Thank you.
Good job.
All right, way to go. Go home, Selena.
Can we wait for approval just in case? I just want to wait.
It's like, I'm not going nowhere.
I'm happily making a motion to approve the 2020 annual financial report as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Hubbard and second by Mr. Padilla. All in favor? Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lena.
Bye-bye.
Bye, good night. Bye, Laura.
All right, I think that Dr. Sermani, next.
What am I doing?
Calendar changes, sir. 13B.
Dr. Sermani does not do well after midnight. Like Scott.
Out of mine by now.
Scott.
That's interesting, Robert. You have to open it and then share it?
There's a way to share the screen.
I want to eat my pie.
I've been watching you because I always have issues.
Short PowerPoint just provides a quick overview of the proposed administrative change. There was a number of stakeholders that were consulted, started with the Staff Advisory Council, talking with Dr. Thompson and I. And we also got some information from a staff survey that Dr. Thomas sent out to the staff. And finally, the District Advisory Committee voted on 5 different options. And they overwhelmingly voted for the option I present to you tonight as their preferred for our new board members. The District Advisory Committee has parents, central office staff, and teachers, and campus administrators all together. Effectively, the calendar proposal adds 3 planning days. We chose these planning days strategically to space them out a little bit, and also they're tacked on to existing holidays. So hopefully that wouldn't be as big of a change for parents who have already may have made holiday plans, so make them happier, their holiday plans, make traveling a little bit cheaper if they happen to be able to travel. For those who know, we were required to have 75,600 instructional minutes by TEA. We will make those minutes, barely, but we will make those minutes. That does mean that while we don't have to add any minutes to the day or change anything, any minutes we miss, we will have to make up somewhere. So that's also a reminder, though, if we do have a bad weather day, Mr. Almanac says we will not.
Mr. Almanac.
If we do have a bad weather day, we do have the option of creating it as an asynchronous instructional day to capture those minutes since we have the technology. Of course, that would require us to take a good guess in advance, because as you
The bad weather day.
little ones don't have devices they take home, so they've got to know ahead of time to take home their devices, or we will be making up that day. The principals, my plan is if you approve this tonight, the principals have a meeting when we get back from Thanksgiving on Thursday to talk about how to structure this planning day. It will not be a day where we're going to sit in the cafeteria for 4 hours. It'll be a day where teachers are going to have time to take care of the business. However, there are some structures in place, and there are some targeted areas where we want to provide teachers some more training for those who are perhaps struggling a little bit right now. So that is it. I would recommend you approve it. There is a different presentation. If you want to see the calendar laid out day by day, I can put that up there too, but you can see it in your board book as well.
I have two things. You kind of addressed one. So I know that there was concern when we first said that we were going to address the calendar that these days would become meeting days and then teachers, would be filled with all these extra meetings instead of planning. So I think I heard you just say that you're addressing that and acknowledging that, and that is not the purpose of these days.
That's not the intention. If there, I don't want to say there isn't going to be structure, because there needs to be structure to the days. But it's not going to be it's not meant to add professional development to teachers. It's meant to take what we're already doing and help them do more of it more efficiently, and take essentially to give them some relief for those of them who are struggling with lesson planning. And I'm really particularly thinking there are certain teachers that have had to rise to the call of duty above and beyond others, just simply because of the way schedules have played out. I'm really thinking about them more than anybody else. And of course, everyone will benefit from it.
Then my second question was, at some point we were talking about having to adjust the bell schedule for transportation. Is that still a discussion, and does that affect the instructional minutes?
That's still a discussion, but it does not affect these instructional minutes. We're looking at the transportation changes for next year.
That would be next.
Oh, for next year, not, okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking it was this year.
I was too.
Oh, I'm sorry if I led you with that.
Dancing around last year with some changes, but then we didn't go any further. We are looking at working with the principal on some possible triple running and bell changes for your consideration. We'll bring it back for consideration.
Not till next year.
Right.
We'll probably bring it, they'll start next year. We're gonna probably bring the consideration to you probably maybe by January, if possible, because there's a whole.
Yeah.
You change those, you change the bell schedule, which changes what the principals are doing, and that all begins planning in spring, early spring.
Yeah. Okay. The reason that I think the main reason the DAC committee selected this one in particular is because it didn't require adding any more minutes to the day, because we did talk about adding that fourth planning day, but in order to add another one, we have to capture minutes somehow. And just adding 5 minutes in either direction really throws transportation off and parent schedules as well. And we knew that we didn't want to add 5 minutes to the elementary starting any earlier than they're already started. Yeah.
All right, is there a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve the administration's request to change the district calendar for the spring semester of 2021.
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Hubbard and second by Mr. Boutwell. All in favor? The motion passes 7-0.
Is it?
Man.
In closed session, right?
In closed session. Just real fast, Dr. Servani will be brief.
13C.
Let's go to.
We used all those presentations tonight.
I don't think so. There's a lot more on that.
Feels like we did.
Yeah, it does.
And we're in the consent agenda but there was a lot in there.
Okay, good evening, board. Tonight, I come to you for approval of two different separate stipends. The first stipend is the retention stipend that several years ago that the district started paying out. It's actually an energy savings and retention stipend. And a couple of years ago, we just switched that to a retention. And it was a way to try to keep employees staying with the district. As we know, every time there's some turnover, it's associated with a lot of cost. And when you adopted the budget back in June, the amounts for that stipend was included in that budget. And so we will be able to pay the same, but roughly the same amount this year as we did last year with the eligible employees. So I'm not really going to go over that too much, but that's the retention stipend. So that's the first motion. The second one, as you recall, back in April, we adopted a compensation plan that gave about an average 3% raise to all employees, with the caveat that we would come back and talk about the additional 1% that we had some discussions over. And so I'm just going to kind of give you an overview of where we are today as far as where we may be. You got it? Yeah. This is a slide that I showed during our budget compensation and budget presentation last year. This just basically shows our enrollment, ADA, and WADA for the last few years. When we adopted the budget, this is what was projected for this year. So roughly an enrollment of 8579, ADA of a little over 8,000. WADA at 10,000. Now, a lot of those numbers were based on our demographic study. And when we sat down with them at that time, I thought that that would be a little high. And it was. So our current numbers are at 451 on enrollment. The ADA is a little over 8,000 and WADA is 10.5. But because I thought that was a little high, I went ahead and budgeted for an ADA of 7834. So even though we're below projection, we are above budget, okay, at this time. Now, attendance has always been kind of one of these fluctuating things. Usually, you know, we know what the attendance rules are, but they seem to be changing weekly and rightfully so. But if we continue as we are going, we haven't increased our enrollment. And so as far as our state aid, and that's what I mentioned earlier today, is that state aid, I feel comfortable that we will definitely earn, and maybe even a little bit more than what I had budgeted. You go next slide. Again, and this is just a graph that I'd showed, and this is updated. I had a projected fund balance here, but now that the audit is complete, we know exactly what our fund balance is. So just to let you know, again, this was a 10-month year, so we did get a boost in fund balance. However, roughly around 13 million in fund balance increase. If we would have went ahead and had a normal 12-month year, we would have had probably about a $2.5 million increase. So just to let you know that even though, again, the change of the fiscal year gives a boost, we were on track to add some to fund balance anyway. Again, these were the scenarios I presented back in April. This was the 4% raise cost analysis. And the next slide was 3% raise. Again, these were just based on estimations that from demographers, appraised values. The values came in as what we had projected, a little higher actually. So I think that we'll be fine as far as revenues, as far as property taxes. So we'll go to the next slide. So we talked about this back in April about what would that 1% increase cost. And just reviewing the analysis, a 1% above midpoint would roughly be about $450,000. However, we're coming to you tonight with a stipend amount and a recommendation for the stipend amount. And the main reason is because there's a lot of uncertainties on what the legislature is going to do. If we adjust our salary schedules at a 1%, then you're tied to it. You're obligated for year after year after year after year. A stipend, not so much. And so we're going to make a recommendation tonight that we have a stipend amount, and that stipend amount that we're going to recommend is approximately $1.1 million. Again, a lot of this has to do with employee. We really haven't, and all districts are struggling to keep employees right now. Teachers are really scratching their heads going, why did I choose this profession? And I don't blame them. And so, you know, what we're trying to do is just kind of provide a good faith effort of saying, hey, we appreciate what you're doing. The environment that we are in right now is causing a lot of stress. It's causing a lot of extra work for a lot of people, and we want to do something about it. And because of the increase in the fund balance, we feel that this is a really good time to do that. So again, employee retention, employee morale, there's other considerations, you know, it will reduce our fund balance, but it's not something that we're going to tie in to our salary schedules. Because when I say it's going to reduce our fund balance, I anticipate that if we do, if you as a board approve this stipend, that we will utilize some fund balance at the end of the year. Again, just mention stipend versus salary schedules. A stipend is a one-time payment. A salary schedule is something that you would have to build into your budgets year after year after year. Again, our recommendation tonight would be a stipend for both the retention and for the extra pay or COVID stipend. One half of the COVID stipend will be issued next month. And it will be for all employees hired by the district prior to October 1. What we wanted to do is basically say, hey, we're going to get you a stipend because of the work you've done since the beginning of the year. We don't really, and it's just not equitable if we hired someone last week and they got the same amount. So these stipends are going to kind of be based on when were you hired. The second part of that stipend would be paid in June. It will be paid for you if you finished out your contract or finished out the year. Again, if you're here with us now, we're going to give you half. If you can finish the year with us, we're going to give you another, the other half of that stipend. And that's our presentation.
So it's one, basically, right? It's not a retention and a COVID. You lumping them together?
No.
Now, there'll be two different ones. Matter of fact, if the board approves these tonight, employees will get their regular pay. They will get another check for the retention, and then they will get another check for the COVID.
Okay.
And the reason we're doing that is because those two stipends are not TRS eligible, and it's a lot easier for us to report that or non-report that for TRS. It's just easier for the payroll to run separate payments.
All right, is there a motion?
Yes, I make a motion to approve the retention stipend as presented.
Second.
Who was that? Edgar? Okay, motion made by Ms. Hubbard and second by Mr. Padilla. Any other discussion? All in favor? Motion passes.
There is a second motion. And that motion reads, do you have another presentation or is it, you do?
You're good. Yeah, there's two motions for the same presentation.
Okay. I make a motion to approve the extra duty COVID stipend as presented to be paid in the general fund balance.
Motion made by Ms. Hubbard. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Boutwell. All in favor? Motion passes 0.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm.
Let's see. Henry, is that you that's next? Is that you?
Still.
Yeah, it's the Cheney
Agreement.
Cox.
Cheney Cox.
Cheney Cox.
Oh, the Seymour contract.
All right.
Come on, Mr. Almanac.
So the contract documents are the AIA documents that we use during the procurement process. We've shared those with you. These are posted through Bonfire when we add this to the process for construction management at risk. The documents were vetted by the vendors. They all proposed their bid based on these contract documents. They are largely unchanged, and there's a date. There's actually a name awarded, and our attorney, Ms. Ann Greenberg from Walsh Anderson, has approved these to be presented tonight for your approval. And pending your approval, then you can authorize the superintendent to sign on behalf of the district. Cheney Cox will, after the vote tonight, will sign their version of it, and then we'll get Dr. Thomas to sign as well. But this locks in the previously approved award that you made last month. These are just the contract docs that memorialize their fee, and this is for the middle school renovations projects.
Questions?
Is there a motion?
I make a motion to approve the standard form of agreement between Hutto ISD and Cheney Cox Construction Incorporated and authorization for the superintendent to sign as representative.
Motion made by Ms. Hubbard,
Second.
second by Mr. Owens. All in favor? Motion passes 7-0.
Yeah.
Okay. We are going to adjourn back to closed session at 12:33 p.m. on November 20th. For
We've crossed over.
It's your birthday.
0.08 Saturday. 551.0821. Is that all?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is what?
821, yeah.
21.
It's discussion of identifiable information.
And no action will be taken.
So no action will be taken out of this closed session. For those of you online, you are welcome to stay a little longer and wait for us to come back out of closed session, but there's no action. So you're also welcome to bed.
I think we can, there's no action. We can close.
Then close.
Good night.
Yeah.
Fine with me.
Good night, everyone. Thank you for joining us.